right. Notice is hereby given of the regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Town of Westfield in the County of Union, New Jersey at 6 p.m. on the evening of Tuesday, April 26, 2022, in Cafeteria B of Westfield High School, 550 Doreen Road, Westfield, New Jersey. The purpose of this meeting is to transact the regular business of the board and to transact any other business to come properly before the board. This is to advise the general public and to instruct that it be recorded in the minutes that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, entitled the Open Public Meetings Act, the Westfield School Board on Thursday, April 21st, 2022, caused to be posted at the office of the Board of Education located at 302 Elm Street, Westfield, New Jersey, and delivered to the Westfield Leader, the Star Ledger, the Westfield Library, the Town Clerk of Westfield, Tap into Westfield, and Patch.com, a meeting notice setting forth the time, date, and location of this meeting. Dana, can I have a roll call?
Sahar Aziz.
Here.
Rob Bonaccio.
Here.
Mike Beelan.
Here.
Brendan Galligan.
Here.
Layla Morelli.
Here.
Sonal Patel.
Here.
Amy Root.
Here.
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz.
Here.
Mary Wickens.
Here.
Thank you. Will you all join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight we continue our recognition of the tremendous winter seasons of our student athletes. On behalf of the entire Board of Education, I welcome all of you here and thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to join us. We begin first with Perry Cucaro, who placed first in all groups team state bowling tournament and 7th out of 100 in the state individual tournament. Perry, I invite you and your coach, Ralph Corey, to come up and receive a certificate of achievement from our superintendent, Dr. Raymond Gonzalez. Coach Perry, I invite you to say a few words to the crowd if you choose to.
Thank you to the Board of Education and Dr. Gonzalez for honoring Perry Cucaro tonight in recognition of his outstanding season. Perry works extremely hard throughout the year to be one of the top bowlers in the state. With all his success over the last 3 years, especially this season, Perry is one of the most humble athletes to come through our program. It's no surprise of all the success he had this season. In addition to his performance in this year's state tournament, the one achievement that stands out the most to me was his performance in the Union County individual tournament, bowling a perfect score of 300 to win back-to-back championship titles. I'm honored to work with Perry and to be here tonight with his family to celebrate Perry's incredible season. Thank you again to the Board of Education and Dr. Gonzalez for recognizing Perry's success this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Perry. If you'd like to join us for a photograph. Next, we recognize 4 of our wrestlers. As I call your name, please come to receive a certificate and proceed to the stage to await a photograph. Ethan Composto, who placed second in the 126-pound weight class in the regional tournament. Luke Jacobs, who placed second in the 138-pound weight class in the regional tournament. Brandon Ribeiro, who placed fifth place finisher in the 120-pound weight class in the regional tournament. And while Michael Murphy has a lacrosse game tonight and is not able to attend, we want to make sure to recognize him as the regional champion and 7th place finisher in the 157-pound weight class in the state tournament. Our wrestling head coach, Glenn Kurz, is here with us tonight. Coach Kurz, would you like to come and say a few words and then join us on stage for a photograph?
Sure, it's nice to be back here and have a chance to be recognized. The last 2 years, we have not. So I'd like to thank the board, who clearly appreciates the value of athletics in the students' education, and for recognizing them here tonight. The three men who you have standing there, as well as Michael Murphy, who's playing lacrosse, what they've done as athletes is truly impressive. New Jersey State Tournament. Qualifying for the state tournament, it's one of the toughest tournaments in the country. The fact that they've done it is just a testament to their hard work. For me, it's a pleasure. I get to see them competing at the tournament, but I also get to see all the hard work that goes into it, and so it's just really rewarding for me to see them achieve their goals. And what's even better, 3 of the 4 are going to be continuing at Westfield High School. They have another year, and Luke is going to continue to wrestle at Maryland. So thank you very much for recognizing all of them.
Next up, our amazing girls swimming team, who ended their season as state champions following the first place finishes at the county and sectional levels as well. And in a moment, I'll call each of you up alphabetically to accept your certificate of achievement from Dr. Gonzalez. However, please stay seated while I single out a few achievements that took place at the Meet of Champions. Claire Logan placed first in the 50 free and first in the 100-yard backstroke. She achieved a new Meet of Champions record in the 100 backstroke. Finishing first in the 100 breaststroke was Emily Constable. A 200 medley relay team of Claire Logan, Emily Constable, Abigail Biebel, and Erin McKinney placed second at the Meet of Champions. The same team placed third at the Meet of Champions in the 200 free relay. Now, as I call your name in alphabetical order, please come forward to accept your certificate and proceed to the stage to await a photograph. Abigail Biebel. Julia Bernards. Isabella Brodus. Emily Constable. Emma Ferraro. Sophia Fussman. Riley Gasson. And I apologize in advance. Isabella Jacob. There we go. Sydney Gross. Emma Hines. Vivian Jekyll. Emily Kapusinski. Sarah Kennedy. Lauren Lane. Catherine Lee. Claire Logan. Brooke McAndrew. Aaron McKinney. Jacqueline Moser. Tyler Partridge. Olivia Polino. Athena Perelis. Catherine Riordan. Alyssa Rubenstein. Olivia Ruiz. Isabel Shi. Samantha Smock. Olivia Terry. Chloe Yu. And Clara Yu. I now invite head coach Steve Whittington up to say a few words about his team's remarkable season before joining his girls on stage for a photograph.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Board of Education for honoring our athletes tonight. These ladies have been nothing but absolutely amazing. Throughout the year, they continued to improve. And I think that's really one of the lessons that goes beyond the pool, to a point where they're in state finals and they can count on, they were focused on winning as a team, and I couldn't be any more proud. So thank you, girls, and thank you for honoring them tonight.
And lastly, we welcome the Westfield High School boys swimming team, who placed second in the state tournament and first in sectionals. Again, in a moment, I'll call each of you up to receive a certificate of achievement from Superintendent Gonzalez, but please stay seated while I mention two notable achievements at the Meet of Champions. In the 200 freestyle relay team of Coleman Scanlon, Colin Kavanaugh, Roran Baker, and Owen Wabel placed second, and the 400 relay team of Ronan Baker, Christian Tedesco, Owen Wabel, and Colin Kavanaugh placed third. Now, as I call your names up in alphabetical order, please come forward to accept a certificate and proceed to the stage to await a photograph. Dylan Altman. Rowan Baker. Hudson Berg. Seth Camacho. Adam Contract. Carson Donnelly. Michael Fisher. Colin Gimblett. Adam Goddard. Charlie Jekyll. Colin Cavanaugh. Cameron Lindenberg. Leo Mangiamelli. Danny McGinn. Archie Mitsuri. Benedict Nimansara. Danny Pierce. Coleman Scanlon. Carson Sharkey. Cole Sharkey. Logan Swenson. Matthew Swenson. Christian Tedesco. Owen Wable. TJ Walsh. Kevin Warren. Nathan Welsh. Hudson Wilcombs. Jack Young. And Wes Young. I now invite head coach Jeff Knight up to the podium to say a few words before joining the boys on stage for a photograph.
First, I want to thank the board and all our supporters throughout the season. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Billy McGuire, who I guess name was left off the list, one of our captains. Deserves a round of applause as well. This is a wonderful group of young men. They represent Westfield in an exemplary way all season long. This is the fastest team in Westfield history, and they are true champions. That's the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. That concludes the student-athlete recognition for the evening. We thank you all for sharing your tremendous success with us tonight. While you guys are all welcome to stay, you're not obligated to, so we'll give you guys a few minutes to shuffle out. And then as our student-athletes leave, if those standing in the back would like to find a seat, more than welcome to do so. All right. We'll proceed with announcements. Sonal, do you have an announcement for us tonight?
The 9th annual Greta's Run will be held on Sunday, May 22nd at 10 a.m. at Roosevelt Intermediate School. Greta's Run is an official U.S. ATF 5K race hosted by Imagine, a center for coping with loss, a free grief support center for children and families dealing with the loss of a loved one. This year, there will be a memory walk prior to the 5K for registrants to walk in memory of someone they have lost. All proceeds from the event will support the children and families at Imagine. More information, including how to register, can be found at imaginenj.org/Greta's Run.
Thank you, Sonal. Layla, do you have an announcement?
This is a reminder that the deadline to submit a nomination for the Optimist Club's Intermediate School Outstanding Teacher Award is Friday, May 6th. The award recognizes 2 teachers each year, one from Edison and one from Roosevelt. Students, parents, staff, and members of the community are encouraged to complete an online nomination form, which is posted under recent news on the district and school websites and on district social media.
Thank you, Layla. Amy?
Yep. For a 5th consecutive year, the Westfield Public School District has been named one of the best communities for music education in the nation. I can tell you feel the same way. The designation is awarded by the National Association of Music Merchants, NAMM. Its foundation awards this to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music access and education to all students.
Thank you, Amy. Sahar?
The Westfield Memorial Library has launched a new digital program called Canopy that provides Westfield Memorial Library card holders with access to streaming educational video content. Canopy offers high-quality video content to libraries around the globe that inspire, educate, and entertain. You can visit WMLNJ.org for more information. I'll put a personal plug that Canopy has some fabulous documentaries.
Thank you, Sahar. Rob, Kristen, Mike, any announcements? Okay. No. The next meeting of the Board of Education is scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. next Tuesday, May 3rd, here in Cafeteria B at Westfield High School. The meeting will also be live streamed via the district YouTube channel, which viewers can access via the board tab on the district website. The complete agenda will be available this Friday, April 29th, also on the board tab. We look forward to continuing our recognition of staff and students in the coming months, including the recipient of the Phil Hauer Award on May 3rd and our talented student musicians on May 17th. And at this time, I will turn the meeting over to Dr. Gonzalez for our formal budget hearing.
Thank you. This evening, along with myself, Dana Sullivan, our school business administrator, will be presenting the 2022-23 budget that is on the agenda this evening for a vote by this board. To begin with, I just want to underscore that the development of a school budget is something that allows the school district to be able to identify what is going to be necessary in order for them to deliver the necessary educational services and supports to our students each and every year. The resources by which schools have available to them come in the form of revenues that they would get from either the state, local, or federal level. And over the course of time, the amount of money that we receive changes, and likewise, the amount of money we need to operate our school district changes. This year, as a new superintendent walking in, the challenges of developing a budget that balances both those expenditures as well as those revenues, it was quite large. As a new superintendent coming in, recognizing the priorities of a school district that has a high tradition of excellence in the visual and performing arts, in athletics, in academics, in extracurricular, is by no fault a coincidence, but it's through deliberate support and planning by everyone in this room, by the Board of Education, by the administration, by the students, staff, and families who support our schools each and every day. So coming into the school district, seeing that we are going to be faced with a fiscal challenge, trying to maintain those standards was without a doubt something that remained in the centerpiece of our discussions each and every day. The purpose of the presentation this evening is to give an overview of the budget development process in general, but beginning with an overview that started almost 10, 11 years ago, because it's important to understand where we were in order to truly appreciate where we are today, and equally important, where we're going to need to go in the future. In the following slides, the first portion of the presentation is going to revisit some of this discussion that we had earlier in this calendar year in February, when we began the public discussion about the development of the budget. But please understand that in developing school budgets, the planning and the conversations begin as early as the fall of the current school year. So we are planning for next year, starting in October of the current year, and you can imagine the amount of time and energy necessary. Likewise, during this particular budget cycle, we recognized early on the challenges that we were going to face, and therefore the discussions about how we were going to ameliorate those challenges took place that early as well. We began talking about what we were going to possibly face and how we were going to address it, because in the end, we still need a budget in order to operate each and every school year. And that budget needs to be adopted tonight in order to plan for our schooling year next year. So after we present a background of the historical overview of the school district's budget development, we will go into more detail regarding the this year's budget that is on the agenda this evening. Again, since we've already presented it, I'm not going to go in depth, but I think it is worth going into an overview of the history of our school budget. When you look at school budgeting before 2010, school budgeting before 2010, for many of the parents in this room, and even possibly teachers who have been involved in public education, before 2010, the school community would vote on the annual budget. It was a budget that represented the same needs and opportunities that I described earlier, but there were no limitations in what the Board of Education and the administration would present to the public for their approval. So as a result, each and every year prior to 2010, that presentation of our needs would be either affirmed or rejected by the voters in the community based upon whether or not they approve the budget or not. Over the course of time, and you'll notice on this slide, the average tax levy increase was about 4.9%. And of course, when you're looking at an average, there are years where it's lower, certainly years where it's higher. But the average for a period of time was about 4.9%. And then in 2011, the state of New Jersey reduced aid to schools by about 65%. In the beginning, I spoke about how school budgets are based upon the revenues that we receive in order to support that, as well as the expenditures that we plan to utilize. So when you're talking about 65% of the funds going to schools are no longer available to them, that certainly is going to have an impact, and did have an impact, not only on every school district, but certainly Westfield. Reductions in excess of $4 million were made to the district operating budget at that time. So unfortunately, that reduction certainly impacts all aspects of a school district and the operation. And we certainly would not want to visit that again if we had any ability to control that. So in 2012, the state of New Jersey presented the opportunity for districts to get some relief. And what they did was they presented essentially an out for districts and said, if you are looking to eliminate the budget vote so that districts could plan with certainty from each and every year for their upcoming school year, then you don't have to worry about a community potentially voting a budget down. And as a result, school districts then opted to move in that direction. And they made the decision consciously saying, if we move our board election to November, then it allows us to plan each and every year with the intent that we would not increase the tax levy portion of our revenue, which presents the majority of our revenue. We would not increase that portion of our revenue by any more than 2%. That's the general rule. Every now and then you would get an exception if you had a waiver because of enrollment, healthcare, or other qualifiers. But by and large, 2% was the tax levy cap. And remember, prior to 2010, we were about 4.9%. Since then, between 2012 and 2021, the district was able to stay within that cap with minimal reductions due to changes in healthcare contributions that were made at the state level, as well as other measures that were put in place, such as our movement to a self-insured insurance program that truly allowed us to recoup savings, that allowed us to manage the limits on our tax revenue increases, because we're also able to manage our expenditures within that 2% cap. Here we are in 2022. 2022-23 school budget now takes into account a few things. And please understand, again, process-wise, the initial development of the budget is based upon each department telling us what they need to be able to provide for their respective areas of operation, and for our schools to be able to identify everything they need to be able to provide the quality of education programs and support services to our students. So as a result, this year's budget included all of that. It included everything we wanted to do, that we wanted to continue to do from this year moving into the next year. And that status quo budget, unfortunately, as it was initially prepared, immediately overran the 2% tax levy increase that we were anticipating. So with that in mind, we didn't have the final numbers as it relates to state aid. State aid is a portion of our revenue, and that certainly could provide some relief. But we knew how much we included in the tax levy last year, so we knew what the 2% increase would have been for this year. So the only additional funds would have been through state aid. Likewise, we didn't have another key variable, and that variable was our health benefit projections. We didn't have our final health benefit projections for next school year in the fall, January timeframe. So from the fall to the early winter, when we're developing this, we knew that our expenditures were outpacing already what we anticipated our revenues to be, but we didn't have the final numbers. But we knew enough that we needed to start planning and start having conversations. So the administration around the district would meet periodically to look at what they would be able to do in order to continue to provide the quality of services that our students would need to be able to continue to excel academically, athletically, and extracurricular-wise, including the visual and performing arts. So each school and each department had to make those decisions. What can they do that will allow us to make reductions, but allow us also to meet the programmatic needs? So that's when those three priorities that have been raised several times came up. That's when we wanted to make sure that we avoided, to the degree that we are able to, we wanted to avoid the impact on students. We wanted to maintain all of our course offerings, programs, and activities. And we wanted to keep our class sizes and enrollments within the board and policy mandates and guidelines. So those were our goals. Could we make reductions and still do all of that? Does it mean that everyone was going to be in the same place doing the same thing? There's no realistic expectation that we would have been able to do that. But nevertheless, we wanted to make sure we tried as best as we could. Between January and March, we waited for the state to come out with their state aid figures, and we waited for the health projections to become more favorable. Back in January, I think our health projections were in excess of 16% of an increase. For a school district where the majority of our resources are in our human resources, our staff and our faculty, adding salaries and benefits certainly accounts for the largest portion of our budget. So with health projections being at that level, we were looking at potentially a $6 million deficit. At the point in which the state finally released their state aid figures, we had anticipated and presented at board meetings different scenarios. And the scenarios would, best case scenario, hope that we had, worst case scenario, hope that state aid was not cut. So we wanted to make sure that we were realistically planning. We weren't looking at a gloom and doom scenario. Realistically, over the past several years, the districts no longer were getting cut. They were either receiving flat or increases in state aid. So our worst case scenario was flat. Our best case scenario was about a $500,000 increase, because over the past year we had received such an increase. So by the time we had to develop a final, our final presentation of a preliminary budget to the board back in March, we had finally gotten those two key pieces of information. What is our most current healthcare projections that we could use? And that moved from 16% closer to 6%. So that was a huge improvement. And our state aid not only came in higher than flat, came in higher than the $500,000, is actually an additional $500,000 on top of that. So we received $1 million more in state aid than we were originally anticipating. So that allowed us to move the needle from a $6 million deficit to changes internally to the budget that allowed us to drop it down even further, to now taking these healthcare projections and dropping it down even further and having that offset by the addition in state aid. So what does that mean? That's when we were able to look and say, okay, so what are we left with? And that's where the $2.3 million difference came into being. So at that moment, we had to make those decisions with regards to our budget, with regards to those conversations that we had been having hypothetically, now to make those decisions in order to balance the budget and present something to the board that would be able to meet the statutory guidelines for developing budgets and getting them approved for this upcoming school years. So that occurred at the end of March. And then from the end of March moving forward, the operation of the administration was intended to start enacting some of those decisions and some of those staff decisions that would give our staff who are impacted the ability to know as far as practically possible in advance of possible changes, recognizing that it would impact individuals' assignments and in some cases impact their livelihood. All of these things we do not take lightly. It does not diminish the importance of all of these individuals and their contributions to our schools, to our students, to our visual and performing arts programs. It doesn't represent any diminished value that this board, administration, or community places on the visual and performing arts. But when the $2.3 million challenge faced us, it resulted in us having to make several staffing adjustments in order to make up that difference, to the tune of approximately 24 to 25 staff members who were impacted. So with that in mind, probably going a little off script here. With that in mind, I think it's important to note that that conversation with our staff was intended to get the ball rolling so that if there were any adjustments that were going to be made or need to be made as a result of decisions made by individuals to retire or move on, it would allow us to be able to have a better sense of where people would be for the upcoming year. So as we look at our school school budget presentation this evening. Given that historical context, as you see on the screen, our tax levy increase with a 2% increase still represents the large majority of our budget revenue sources. But understand, when you only can limit the increase by 2%, our hands are tied. For illustrative purposes, on the presentation and here, you'll notice, if you can't see the detail from back there, you'll notice on the left side of the red line, those represent the increases that range from 2000, the 99-2000 school year. That budget started at 3.4%. Over the years, between 3.4% in 2000 to 3.9% in 2010-11, we never went below 3.9%. And we went as far as 7.9%. When you look to the right, you start to see how different the picture looks. And again, I applaud the administration, the boards of education who preceded the current board and even my predecessor, because to make up the difference between what had happened for the 10 years prior and still be able to provide the quality of education, it was no simple task. On the next slide, you'll also notice the change in the state aid. State aid was at 6.5% up to 7.6% of the total budget from 2000 to around 2010. And keep in mind, once that is added to the budget, it's added to the budget each year, and we then compound that each and every year that it remains in our base. However, in this case, we lost in 2010-11 school year, we lost that generous state aid contribution. And over time, we have made up for it, but not to the level that we had even as far back as 2008, 2009. So we are faced with significant challenges that, coupled with this slide that you see before you, that surrounded a school district that had been very efficient in their operation, very efficient in their management of resources, so much so that, as you'll see here, Westfield, compared to other school districts back in 2010-11, when our budget, our 2% cap in our budget was set and frozen at that time, and each increase after that was based off of, we were already operating at a much lower cost per student, per pupil, compared to other school districts. But nevertheless, we continued to work, we continued to be creative in our solutions in order to make up the difference. So this has been a lot of work over many years, and unfortunately, we find ourselves at a point this year where we don't have any more options or opportunities to balance the budget in the way that we had. So that brings us now to tonight. Tonight is the final budget overview that will run through an overview of revenue expenditures as well as the estimated school tax rate impact. Again, the tax rate is calculated after the tax levy is included in the budget, but this represents the impact to the school budget, the school portion of the tax bill. I'll then go into additional detail, as many individuals had requested more information about what positions were included in the reductions in force, something that I was not comfortable presenting earlier because we wanted to make sure staff were made aware of that before we had public presentations to advise them that their positions may have been impacted. And then we talk about what this budget supports and then the next steps. So at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Sullivan to walk us through the next few slides.
Thanks. So the next slide, you can see our total revenue for the 22-23 school year is $116.9 million. So the biggest part of that, about 92%, is from local tax levy. That is $107.6 million. That's the most that we can ask for from the town due to the 2% cap that Dr. Gonzalez talked about. So that number cannot go any higher, obviously. Fund balance. In prior years, we've used some of our surplus as revenue. For the last number of years, we've used $750,000. We did increase that to $1 million for next year. Otherwise, we would have had to cut another $250,000. So we did up that a bit. State aid, as we talked about already, went up about $1 million. Extraordinary aid is not a basic state aid, so that's an aid we actually have to apply for. This is an estimate at this point. We won't know that actual number until next June. So we're estimating based on what we've estimated in prior years. But that's a number that if we are over aggressive and over budget, and we find ourselves in June, or sometimes we don't even get that number till July, if that number was not as high as we anticipated, we would have a real problem. So that's not a number that we can increase either. Our interest income has gone down a lot from the past, and that's because interest rates are lower. We also do not have as much surplus as we've had in the past, so that number did go down. And then our other income is various miscellaneous incomes, including building rental fees and the student activity fee that we collect. So that's our total, $116.9 million. This is just graphic of the same. So you can see 92% of our budget is from the local tax levy and is subject to the 2% cap. On the expenditure side of the budget, expenditures must equal revenues. We do have to have a balanced budget. So again, it's $116.9 million. 70%, a little more than 70% of that, or a little less than 70% is salaries. If you look at salaries and benefits for staff combined, it's about 80% of our budget. Other areas of our budget, we have out-of-district tuition, which is for certain special ed students whose needs we cannot meet in district. So those are mandated costs per student's IEPs that we have to budget for. Transportation and insurance. Transportation is also largely mandated. And then a small portion of our budget is for supplies and materials and other building maintenance, as well as providers for other services to students. And the total, again, is 116.9. So again, when you combine these, the 80.3% of our budget is salary and benefits. So the 20% that's not related to staff, you can see that a large portion of that is mandated. As I mentioned before, the out-of-district is mandated per student IEPs. Transportation is also mandated either through student IEPs or from state statute. So there's a very small portion of our budget that is discretionary for us. And those are the areas that, Dr. Gonzalez talked about over the past number of years where we've made numerous changes, whether it's from installing solar on 5 of our buildings. We participate in an ACES program, which is a program where districts across the state share in energy costs. We've made changes to our printing and how we do printing, and we've saved there. We've changed LED lights to LED lights, not every light in the district, but some. We've changed some to POE lights. So we've done various things over the year, and we continue to look at those things in order to reduce costs in those areas. As we've talked about a lot, we've made great savings in insurance costs all across the board. From health insurance, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've saved about $30 million by self-insuring. 2 years ago, we moved to Capital RX as our pharmacy benefit manager, and we're actually spending less this year than we spent 2 years ago on prescription benefits because of that change. Our workers' comp costs are less than they were in 2014-15. And again, these are things that we have done over the years to try and gain efficiencies, but we've kind of reached a point where we can't do that any longer. So that's how we've been able to sustain the budgets that we have with a 2% increase in the tax levy by doing all those changes. Right now, we're at a point where we can't do that. So when we got all of our information and we were $2.3 million, that's when we had to make reductions, and the reductions were largely in staff.
So I want to highlight, some of the points that Ms. Sullivan highlighted, which is that the 80% of our expenditures are in staff. When you look at the other items, some of those are are mandated, so we can't reduce them. We still need to pay for mandated special education services. We need to still meet mandated federal and state requirements to teach and provide supports and services to students. We need to make sure that we pay the bills to keep our lights on and keep our schools operating. So when you look at the other areas of a school budget, we don't have large portions that we could reduce without it having our impact to be able to pay for the operation of our district or even provide the supplies to our schools that they would need to deliver education. So once again, we continue to come back to 80% of our district is made up of staff, salaries, and benefits. 80% of our district operating budget is made up of staff. So what you see on the screen is a summary of those positions which are part of the reduction in force. The reduction in force is a necessary action to eliminate these positions from the operating budget, and therefore it does require action by the board this evening. So this list appears in the agenda this evening under the personnel section for action, as it specifies the number of positions. This is about positions, not people. So in this action, in this slide, what you'll see are the number of positions that were impacted in order for us to reduce the budget to get to the $2.3 million in reductions. I do want to highlight FTEs is a school-specific sort of acronym referring to full-time equivalents. So individual, a staff member who's here for the full day and provides a full load of services is one FTE. If they're only here part-time and they provide a half amount of services, then they are a 0.5 FTE. And in some cases, we have multiple individuals who share in the responsibilities to deliver services, and even those individuals may make up even just one. You may have two individuals who share the responsibility, but they're part-time, and they provide services that total up to one FTE. So this doesn't necessarily equate to the number of people, but it does, from a budgetary standpoint, equate to the number of positions that were reduced. So you'll notice it's grouped according to categories. So the first several lines refer to the number of support staff in our throughout our district. In Elm Street, where the administrative offices are located, as well as departments throughout the district, have seen a reduction in the number of support staff, secretarial support staff, who have provided their support over all of these years to our schools. So with the elimination of those positions, it means that their responsibilities do not go away. We're going to have to redistribute those responsibilities, and now we'll have fewer people to do the same work. We then move into our elementary teachers. The elementary world language reduction is representative of a retirement that we are not filling, but we're able to reallocate instructional time to still be able to provide students with world language instruction in the same grades. But once again, with one less person in the schedule to do so. We also look at, in elementary schools, as I mentioned, we spoke about enrollment and class sizes. That includes looking at our enrollment in class sizes each year in each school as we get new first graders coming in from the kindergarten, as well as fifth graders moving into the intermediate school. We want to make sure that we're maximizing our staffing ratio accordingly. So based upon the number of students we have, the number of sections we have, we recognize that we have the ability to reduce 6 teachers from the elementary schools. Now keep in mind, I want to reiterate that these are positions. In some cases, those 6 individuals the people involved in those may be already retiring, And as a result, we're able to continue to maintain our employment of some, but not all staff who are impacted by this reduction. You will also see at the intermediate level, we have a music teacher, intermediate music teacher, and that intermediate music teacher represents, as I referenced before, one full FTE, but it represents 3 individuals who provided levels of support that equated to 1 full-time position. So that was a half-time position and 2 quarter teachers that impacted that 1 FTE. All other music and choral positions remain intact. Intermediate art, this is included in this list because it is going to be a reduction, but is not a reduction as a result of the budget. This was a reduction that was necessitated by the State Department of Education releasing a requirement that said that a course of study needed to be developed in order to teach civics education to students in grades 6 through 8. And within our intermediate program at the 6th and 7th grade, we have cycle electives that allow for a quarter of a year of instruction in various content areas. In our intermediate program at 6th and 7th grade, we have 2 cycles. So we doubled up in art over the last several years that allowed us to fill out the full 4 cycles. The civics requirement necessitated eliminating one of those art offerings at each of the intermediate schools in order to fill it with the civics education requirement and mandate. And therefore, that's why you see 2 individual positions that are reduced from the budget. But note, on the other side, we're hiring 2 civics teachers in order to replace them. We also have intermediate interventionists and 2 math and 1.8 intermediate interventionists for English language arts. Those positions were initially introduced to the district last year through the funding that we received by the federal government and through the state for the COVID relief funds. Those funds were always deemed to be one-time funds. They were not going to be renewable. They could have been spent over the course of several years, up to, I think, 2024. But if you spent it all in the first year, you weren't getting any more until 2024. And we invested those funds this year in order to assist us in our transition to full-time, full in-person instruction in those positions that we could no longer incorporate into the operating budget. And then to round out the list that you see here, we have 1 high school science teacher, again, looking at our course enrollments, looking at our schedules and what we would be able to run while still being able to provide the requisite number of classes. High school science and high school music, choral music was identified as the FTEs necessary. The last position listed is the theater production manager. That is a position that is not a certificated staff position, but it is a position that supported the audio-visual operation of our 3 theaters, 1 in each of the intermediate schools and at the high school, throughout the course of the day and into the evening performances. Those, again, represent the complete list of positions that were reduced in the budget. And I do want to add a caveat that when positions are reduced in the budget, the individuals in those positions have particular rights depending on whether or not they have tenure, whether or not, if they have tenure, whether or not they have seniority, which is related to their number of years in the district. So the movement and the reassignment of individuals means that individuals whose position may have been eliminated may require a new assignment in another school or another area according to their certifications or according to the vacancies that are available to us. So while these positions represent specific positions, there's a bumping effect that ensues, which is, again, why there's several individuals, even beyond here, that may have been impacted by these changes. So if we move on to then what does this budget then, what's left? How can this continue to provide for the quality of education that this district deserves and expects? Well, because of the changes that have been identified, we were able to maintain all of our extracurricular offerings. We did not reduce any of the stipends associated with any of the extracurricular, athletics, VPA, or academic extracurricular programs. We did not reduce any of the supply lines for any of our schools, for any of our departments, in order to give them what they need to serve our schools. Some other reductions that were made were operationally deferred purchases for technology, or reducing our contingencies that we always want to make sure we have in case of unexpected expenses. We also recognize we needed to reduce those. And we did all of that in order to be able to maintain our core academic programming, in order to make sure our course offerings at the high school remain intact, at the intermediate remain intact, as well as the elementary. And the footnote for the intermediate, again, is that change in the one art section in the cycle to civics. We also recognize that with those stipends and with those supply lines remaining intact, we provide for the continuation of our support for visual and performing arts and athletics and extracurriculars. So what this represents is our efforts to be able to maintain the degree of excellence and expectation for everyone, while also understanding that it may not involve the same faces in the same places, but from an operational standpoint, we wanted to make sure the resources were allocated in order to allow that to happen. So what does that mean for our next steps? Our next steps, once the budget is finalized, tonight it will be voted upon. If approved, we plan for the next school year. We move forward in order to be able to ensure now with certainty that we know what's ahead of us and we could start that planning now. As I mentioned before, when you had to vote on a budget, if it didn't go through, you had to wait longer and longer to see what funds would be available. So next steps immediately upon moving forward will be to implement all of the changes and all the plans for the September 22-23 school year. The other next step, I think, is worth foreshadowing now, because when I've met with individuals, when I've met with groups, oftentimes the question has come up, how do we avoid this in the future? What can we do as a community to be able to support this school district's budget so that we don't have this happen again? And I think planning for a sustainable future of the school budgets is something we need to start considering now and start planning for after tonight. So I'm going to once again ask Ms. Sullivan to just briefly describe the scenarios that we're looking at next year. So I'm sorry, I've already advanced 1 year, but I think it's important to note where we are today, where we came from, but if we don't do anything, where we're going to be next year if nothing changes.
Right, so looking at next year, I mean, not next year, 23-24, because the budget we're talking about now is for next school year. So looking 2 years down the line, with the obligations that we know we have in place, we have 5 different associations for our employees. 3 of those 5 have contracts in place, so we know what the salary increases will be for a majority of our staff. So using those numbers, using estimates, estimating state aid to stay flat, because we have to assume that some of the state aid benefit that we've had this year is because of the federal funds that have been given to the state, which may not be there in the future. So assuming state aid stays flat, and then projecting out a 7% or a 12% increase in health insurance, which are somewhat average numbers from year to year, we could be looking at anywhere between a $3.1 million over budget situation to $4.3 million over budget. So obviously this year we were talking $2.3 million. These are additional staff, and as we talked about, we've tried the best we could to limit the impact to students and instruction. the more cuts that we make, the more impact, the deeper those cuts go. So at this point, this is what the scenario is if something doesn't change in the next couple of years.
And it's worth noting the 4.9% to the 6% tax levy increase, given the 2% cap that we currently experience. That's how we know we'd be once again in a deficit or a shortfall if things don't change. The last slide that we wanted to include in this presentation is something that we had presented previously. And again, the details, if anyone goes on to the board agenda for this evening, you could click on the hyperlink for this presentation, be able to see it closer. But at a minimum, if you'll note, there are two lines, the red line at the top and the blue line at the bottom. The blue line at the bottom represents the projected the annual tax levy increase since 2010. The moment we were limited, you could see the tax levy increased over time because it was compounded. Each year we were able to increase it from the prior year. But from 2010, where we were at 81 million, at a steady rate, we made it to 105 million in the 2021-22 school year, this current school year that we find ourselves. And that's with that limit. So right now, if we don't change, then the 2% is going to be based upon that and no more and no less. If you look at the line above it, it's an orange line, or I think I said red before, but the orange or red line above it, if we started at the same place in 2010, but we maintained that average annual increase closer to 4.9%, then our tax levy wouldn't be at 105 million, we'd be at 145 million. So you'll notice that the only way we're able to make the difference is being able to exceed the 2% tax levy and exploring our options to get there. That is something as recently as this evening we've talked about in committee and look forward to talking about further at future board meetings. But as I said, our primary focus tonight is this budget. But immediately after this budget is adopted, future meetings will talk about the future budgets. That concludes the presentation. It presents both the past, the present, and the future possibilities for this school district's operating budget. It does not change the commitment to education. It does not change the commitment to the visual performing arts, the athletics, the academics, or extracurricular. Unfortunately, what changes are the resources we have to work with to provide those experiences for our students. No administrator, no member of this board took this process lightly. No one took enjoyment in any aspect of it, and it was personal for, I think, everyone. Because as teachers who have committed their time and careers to students in schools and programs and departments, we recognize the impact that you have had, that they have had. To our secretaries who have committed their time and energy to support the offices of this district, to make sure that the administration, the staff, and the students have the resources they need. This was personal. And we are all feeling it, and we appreciate that you are all feeling it. But it doesn't change the challenge that we were faced with. And while this represents where we are today, it does not lock us into this for the future, and I look forward to continuing to explore ways to return not just to what we had, but to return with more. We need to figure out ways as a district, as a board, and as a community, how we could continue to invest in our schools so that this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. So just to reiterate, and correct me if I'm wrong, no student who wants to take any course next year will be told they can't because we don't have staffing. No student that wants to participate in any club, be part of any fall drama or spring musical, join a team, will be told they can't because we don't have the staffing or coaching to allow that. There will be no restrictions, there will be no caps.
There were no reductions in any of those stipends or budgeted lines. The personnel who fill them, I would only reserve, would be up to the individuals who put in for those positions.
Right.
But the budget supports all of the above.
And Dana, just your office, the amount of work you guys have done over the years, be it self-insurance, putting money away for capital reserve projects so we didn't have to go to the voters every time a roof leaked. Without self-insurance, this is a problem that would have hit us 5 years ago, without a doubt.
Absolutely.
So the magic that your office has worked to forestall this as long as it has is nothing short of remarkable. And that's lost on people. All of a sudden we get an increase in state aid, but we also have to have cuts. It's not because of anything other than we've been lucky with our health insurance over the years, and that's gotten away from us. COVID was a huge part of that. But yeah, so just thank you to your office, Dr. Gonzalez, thank you to your office for all the work you've done. I don't know how many hours I've spent with board members on the phone over the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure it's the same all around the table. But nothing feels worse than letting go an employee who's done nothing wrong. If there's any questions or comments from board members on the budget presentation?
Just a clarification, because I don't think we've ever had this many people here to hear a budget presentation before. But just to clarify, if we had savings from a previous year because of self-insurance or because of better than expected results, we would not be able to carry that forward and add that to the operating budget, correct?
That's correct. You can only hold, normally you can only hold 2% of your operating budget in a reserve. For the last 2 years, we've been able to hold 4% just because of COVID. So with that 2% represents about $2 million here. Of that $2 million we carry, we've been using $750,000 a year for revenue. We bumped that up to $1 million this year. But yes, you're correct. In the past, when we have saved millions from health insurance, we couldn't hold that and use it every year to sustain the budget. We did put it into reserve accounts, as Brendan said, and used it for capital projects, which we're allowed to do. But unfortunately, we're not allowed to keep that and use it for operating expenses.
Got it, got it. I know there are a lot of rules that the state imposes on how we manage our finances. Again, I think the average community member may not know that, so I just wanted to ask you to repeat that. So thank you for clarifying.
That's another 2%. They both happen to be, the tax levy cap is 2% as well as the fund balance cap.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
And then capital reserve, maintenance reserve, corridor reserve, there's a couple other reserve accounts that we have. But once money's allocated to those, they can't be pulled back to the general fund.
That's correct.
Yeah. Rob, any questions or comments this time? I'll just go around the table. Rob?
Sure. I guess the first thing, once I'm kind of through it, another explanation that would be helpful, I think, is how enrollment affects state aid. One of the things that we were also contending with is a decrease in enrollment. And going forward, as and if enrollment decreases, that also affects state aid. So, the idea of ensuring that state aid stays flat makes sense because we need to account for what might be a decrease just in specific numbers. This is my first year on the board, my first opportunity, and I happened to sit in on all the budget meetings. I was an alternate to the Finance Committee, but I got every one. I don't know where we go from here. I would love to say that there was fat in the budget. I probably came on the board saying that that's where we are. I was waiting to get out the knife and the scalpel.
Most of us did when we ran.
Right. It's, I guess, rookie mistake, I suppose. But couldn't find any. I wish I could. I really do wish I could. I'm a theater tech guy myself, so the thing that hurt me the most, frankly, was that position that went, because that was the best part of my high school. I started just on a stage crew. I did lighting for sophomore, junior year. I was a director there, and then college. We had 10 sets of shows every year. I probably did design on all four years. The positive of that is there's ways to fix it, and there's ways to keep that work going, even though you've got to make certain cuts. And it was certainly explained to me some great ways to do that. So what I want to make sure going forward is that we have the plan. We have said it's not going to change anything. It's not going to affect the services that we get. It's not going to affect folks' ability to learn. Well, that's great. That's what I'm told. And I expect to have an honest statement about that. So if I'm going to sit on the committee and I'm going to be told that there's going to be changes that are going to be made and it's not going to change the services, well, I want to be involved in making sure that that's the case. Since I have some experience in that area, in that particular position, I'm perfectly happy to make some suggestions, but this discussion doesn't end here. If I'm told that things can't change, then let's make sure they don't change. And I have just a few things that, I certainly want to suggest to help us move things forward here. The first, I have suggested at past meetings that we need a parents committee or a parents communication council. I'm a little concerned about how the messaging on this went out. I think some earlier discussions on this budget process would have helped a lot. I think some of the ideas about how to make sure that these changes work.
Rob?
Yes.
Sorry, can you put the mic a little closer?
Oh, sure.
The
Sorry.
people in the back are having trouble hearing
Let me
you,
try
and
that.
I think
Ooh,
you
much
may
better.
need to move.
Okay, thank you. I think getting a group of parents together who know this stuff, right? The folks who are invested in this, parents and students. And I know Dr. Gonzalez had meetings with parents and students, and I know after just one single discussion, there's a little bit more, nobody's happy, but there was a bit more understanding about what we were doing. Once you understand what you're doing, you understand better the path moving forward. So I'm going to ask again for that group together, and I'd like, I know we have a September school year thing to figure out how we're going to do this. I don't want to wait till September to figure out how we're going to do this. I want to figure it out now, and I want to take the folks who have had 4 years of experience in these programs, whether it's students or parents, and let's get this discussion started right away. We had a great presentation for at least 4 teams that came up here that were applauded for all their success. I know we have something coming forward for music. We had a heck of a drama, a heck of a play rather in the high school. I like to see that honored. I'd like to see that honored over our next couple of meetings. And going forward, I understand we're talking about how we get more money into the coffers. Maybe there's some things that have to be changed with how we handle the cap, but I don't need that on the backs of the parents in this district. We do plenty. We do plenty to pay for it, and we do plenty to support it. What I did hear a lot of on this presentation is we're required to do this and we're required to do that. There are millions in state mandates that are imposed upon our districts, millions of cans that are kicked down the road for school districts to figure out how to spend. And that puts our programs, that puts our teachers who don't make these mandates, who, if any of them looked at them, would probably find them utterly ridiculous and with no relation to what the reality of running a school district is and teaching kids is. We need to focus a lot on those. We need to focus on changing those mandates. We need to focus on advocacy there. We need to focus perhaps on indexing this cap to inflation so that we can withstand changes, get some of the exceptions that we lost back. There are a lot of different things that we can do other than pay more money. This experience was enlightening for me. I don't want to do this again as far as reducing anything else. I can assure you I want to stay on this budget committee because I want to work this through, right? But I want us to work together starting now to figure out how we make the changes that we have to make work. And if I thought they were any different, if I thought there were other ways to do it, I would have said it. And I promise you I did. I promise you I did. And I promise you the folks who are on this committee did the same thing. And you can believe me, you cannot. You can shake your head at me if you don't think so. But I know where I'm at, and I know what I support. And I know that the folks on this committee put their effort and energy into making sure that every change we made was the last possible resort for it. But okay, right? You make your hard decisions. Now you fix the problem. Now you make sure the programs don't change. Now you make sure it all gets fixed. And that's what I'm here for. and you know how to reach me, and I promise that's what I'm going to focus on. And not on more dollars, not on everything else, but let's make these experiences stay as close to where they are as they can, and let's find a way to get the right amount of funds into this district so we can make them work for us.
Thank you, Rob. Kristen, do you have any comments?
Not right now.
Thank you. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Brendan. Let me just move this closer. So, in preparation for this meeting, after our April 6th meeting, I believe, I learned about the cuts in the staff, and I was actually kind of upset that it occurred after the meeting when I first learned about it, but I understand how Dr. Gonzalez wanted to inform the staff first before they found out from anyone else. So since that meeting, I've gone through the budget line by line. And what I was looking at was any type of increase that was greater than 5% or any type of increase that was greater than $5,000. Just to try to see how we could cobble together any kind of extra positions that we could potentially recover. And what I also noticed while doing that is how many items were reduced down to from whatever the prior budget was in last year to zero this year. And there were a lot of zeros that went throughout the budget. We were cutting everything down. And I tried to, and there, as Rob had mentioned, there's a lot of state mandated items on this budget, such as outside services that we use where we have to send schools to other districts, students to other districts because we can't accommodate them. I don't have any say in that matter on what we cut. It's just state mandated and we can't look at that. So you tried to find something, and I left that meeting after I learned about the cuts. I left. I'm going to come here and I'm going to fix this problem today, and I'm going to just say no, and we'll find a solution. And I really tried hard to go and look through everything, even though I'm not on the finance committee this year. I've been on it in the past. I wanted to try and find some solutions, and people had called me to just see what potentially can be done. I met with Barbara Ball and had a number of questions with her in regard to the way the staffing is set up. And I had a conversation with Dana in regard to specific line items and how they're being used. And everything, what you see and what was presented tonight is accurate. That being said, I just had a couple of follow-up questions for Dana, and some I've already asked you because they've just come up by some people. And one comment that came up was in regard to the activity fee that we're currently charging. Could we increase that fee to go and use that potentially to get an extra position?
So right now, we budget about $165,000 in revenue for student activity fees. So an average staff member is well over $100,000 with benefits. So you would have to basically double. We don't even collect the whole 165. That's what we budget. So you would basically have to double the fee to pay for. And just keep in mind that there's only a select group of kids that pay that fee for certain activities. No elementary kids pay the fee. It's all middle and high, mostly high school. And that would, so you could do that. I mean, you would double it from 125 to 250. Basically, and that would maybe get you one person.
Okay. And then the other question was related to, as was mentioned, we've had a decrease in enrollment for students. And I don't know if this is better geared toward Dr. Gonzalez or Dana, but as far as, like, since we have a decrease in enrollment and less students, have there been looked at, we looked at teachers, but have we looked at non-teaching staff, such as like guidance counselors? Can we make any reductions in that area? Because we have less students that each guidance counselor needs to support.
So I could tell you, in all fairness, everyone was on the table when we first went through this experience. And the decisions to make reductions were decisions that we believe would allow us to continue to provide the services and courses and experiences. And those that we did not make were because we believe that it would have an impact directly on our ability to provide those services. In the area of elementary counseling, we already share counselors across schools. We don't have dedicated counselors. So in the end, we were not comfortable being able to make those reductions. And again, I know you use counselors as an example, but that's where we looked across the board. I think it's also worth noting, and as has been mentioned several times, while our enrollment projections have gone down, we believe, and we don't expect to see the spike, we are running at around a little over 5,800 students in the district. Typically, pre-COVID, we were closer to 6,400,
63 something.
63 to 6,400. So if all those students were to return, we are going to need to, again, with the same budget, we're not going to get any additional funds. We would need to figure out how to make those, make room for those students, bring teachers back in, and understand when we add to the budget in the current form, any additions have to be accompanied by a reduction. So it's addition by subtraction, unfortunately. So with our current decrease in enrollment, we did look at other non-classroom teaching positions as well, and did not see the opportunity. But we also recognize that there is a possibility that we may still find ourselves in a predicament where we may need to add another teacher if over the summer we have an increase and an influx of new registrants between now and September. So those, again, are the contingencies that I referenced earlier that we've reduced.
Two more. One of the other ones about the extraordinary aid. You mentioned when we were reviewing the budget about the $975,000 that we won't find out about till June 2023. But what about the extraordinary aid for June 2022? Can we use any of that budget amount toward any potential positions?
I don't even know yet what we're getting for 2022.
No, but I'm saying if, for example, we find out an amount in June 30th, in July, are we able to make that decision and use any of those funds for bringing back a teacher in
No,
next year?
because those funds will still be, they'll still count towards the 22 fiscal year, so they will go into your fund balance at the end of June 2022. Even if I don't receive the notification till July, we don't close the books until we get that notification. So that would be considered June 22 revenue. It would go into fund balance, which would then be used potentially for 23-24 budget, but you could not increase your 22-23 budget.
Okay. And the final question, a parent had contacted me that there is a music program that where we had a main teacher and a support teacher, where there were 40 students in the class, and now the support teacher will no longer be there, and the primary teacher will have to teach 40 students. Can you just clarify on that?
I don't know the specifics of what,
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
what I could tell you, I'm sorry.
I can maybe answer that question, actually, if you'd like.
Sure. I mean, if I could just begin with, however, the principals, elementary, middle, and high school principals are all aware of their class sizes and are all aware of what their enrollments would be and would need to be in order to be able to accommodate a need for 2 staff members versus 1 staff member. And as a result, if there are instances where enrollment exceeds a point where it requires an additional teacher, then schedules would have to be adjusted to make that happen, and the principals are aware and prepared to do that. Ms. Morelli?
Hi. So I'm not on the Finance Committee, and you don't want me to be on the Finance Committee. But I did just want to just speak briefly about the discussion of cutting guidance counselors as an alternative or any other staff member. I think the problem is that we're working with a poor school district who all of these things that we have aren't enough to begin with. So saying that, we could eliminate this to keep this is problematic because everybody has their own agenda of what's important, what is essential, what is needed. You ask me as a parent, not a board member. I have art kids. I have I'm a queer chorus family, we're a theater family. That's their home away from home, that's their family at school. We appreciate it, we love it, and we don't want it to go away. But you ask another family about athletics, and they'll say the same thing. And you ask another family about, who needs, we are also a family who needs extra social emotional support. So I think that it's really hard to say, well, why don't we look at this, why don't we look at this? Because from my understanding is that the administration, including Dana and Dr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Sullivan and Dr. Gonzalez, looked at everything and really tried to make decisions that would impact the offerings, would not impact the offerings. Does that mean that it's not going to impact the children? Does it mean that it's not going to impact the staff, their family? No, it doesn't. But I think you have to just take into account that everyone has their own priorities. So to say, well, take this one away and put this one back is a hard call to make.
Thank you, Leila. Sonal?
It's hard not to take this personal because there's so many friends and family and neighbors and current and former teachers, and I'm also a chorus parent. But I just want to reiterate that we are under this constraint, and there was a process involved, and that process included the supervisors, the principals, the administration, and we got to this point because of what our constraints were and what we have ability to do. So I also think it's unfortunate where we are, but this is where we are and what needed to happen.
Thank you, Sonal. Mary? Okay.
All right. So many of us have only been on this board for a year or less. Actually, 2/3 of us.
Pull the microphone a little bit closer to you.
2/3 of us have been on this board a year or less, so we used to be in your position. I think almost all of us have a child in band, chorus, theater, music, and the arts. So we're absolutely personally affected, and I mean, we're all disturbed that our programs can't be as robust. I wish we want to grow the program, not just keep it the same, but actually make it even better. And that requires resources. But when we got on this board and we looked at those numbers, it really struck us that we're spending $40 million less on our kids. The last 10 years, we have spent, as a community, $40 million less on our kids. Or let me restate it. We have invested $40 million less on our kids. And for the last 10 years, a miracle, as far as I'm concerned. It's really remarkable what Ms. Sullivan has done and what the prior superintendent and all the senior staff have done, which is they've kept it at the minimum the same with $40 million less. So we got to this point, and we simply were at the end of a month when we all budget, and we thought, how do we get $2.3 million? Can somebody please give us $2.3 million? We'll take it. We need it. We don't have this money. There are multiple sources that we could go through. We could go and look for additional funds from state aid, and I welcome ways to do that. I don't know if there is a lobbying group we can hire, if there's an association that has a government relations lobbyist that makes sure that Westfield gets a fair share. That's not something we're opposed to. We want more state aid. We could generate more revenue. However, there's limitations on that. We've had some discussions about if we had more space, perhaps we could enroll more students from out of district who needed a lot of the excellent special education services that we provide in this district. It's why many parents come, but unfortunately we don't have the space to do that. We could get private grants. The downside to that is those are discrete. They tend to be $500,000, $1 million. If we're very fortunate, we get a $2 million private grant, but that's a one-time fee. If you hire someone, that means that you have to let them go in 3 years, and we certainly don't want to do that to our staff. So the other issue that people have brought up is, well, why don't you make the teachers take a pay cut? or take a freeze. Some people have said that. I'm not saying there are people here. Look, we get a lot of emails and we hear a lot of things. We certainly don't support it, as you can see. But I just want to make the point that if you hear people saying that, let's just remember why we're all here. Our teachers are among the best in the state. We attract the best teachers, we retain the best teachers, because retention is really important. They have high quality education training, they have high quality training on the job. We would like to provide them with more resources on the job, including professional development, including the resources that allow them to do their jobs, especially in the arts and the music and the theater. We get that. We want to do that. But we're looking for $2.3 million just to keep things the same. The reason why we can't, this is just to remind everyone, because these are things I learned, so this is why I'm reiterating this, because I didn't know this, so I was in your position. The inflation rate on average for the last 5 years has been 2.8%. So to provide our teachers, which is 80%, the salaries and benefits, right, 80% of the budget, just to provide them with a cost of living that keeps up with inflation, we have to increase the salaries by about 2.5 to 5%, in addition to other increases. I'm just throwing out average numbers. If you have a 2% cap on tax levy, you see where the gap is, right? So every year we're dipping more and more and more and more into other things that are not the salaries and the benefits. So this is ultimately the thing that has led us to investing $40 million less on our kids. Finally, I just want to provide a comparator. Westfield spends $11,839 on average per student. If you multiply that by 5,744 students, that comes out to about $10 million less than the state average, which is $13,599 spent per student. If we compare ourselves to if you want to think of ourselves as competitive, Milburn, our peer school with parents and families and children who want the same futures, I think, as our children, who have the same professional trajectory, they spend $14,303 on their children. Multiply that by 5,744, that's $14 million that they spend more, invest, to be more specific, invest more on their children. So we have choices that we have to make. And if you ask us individually, we may have different responses. I will tell you, for me, I want to invest more in our children. I want to, at the very least, get back to the average 4.9%, because I'm not satisfied with keeping things the same. I want us to be better. I want us to be more excellent, to be more robust. We have all the raw materials. We have the best teachers. We have programs that have been established over decades. I'm very proud of the band program. Sorry for my bias. Go band, go Westfield Marching Band. And I love all the other arts, but we can do better. So I think we're all on the same page. We're all a community. We're trying to work together. I support having parents being more involved. I'm thrilled that all of you all are here. And honestly, the best part of this experience is probably the best part since I've been on the board, is to see so many students here. Because we're here for you. This is why we're here. This is why we volunteer our time. So I want to just thank Dr. Gonzalez, thank Ms. Sullivan, thank everybody on the board. This is not a fun conclusion to come to, or it's not an attractive conclusion to come to. But I think we're very, very fortunate that we are a wealthy community, as a community. So I think it's just a matter of figuring out how we can invest more in our students. And I look forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you, Sahar. Just want to comment quickly. This is the first board in decades where not one, but three of us are Westfield High School graduates. I know Kristen was heavily involved in the chorus program. We spent a lot of time talking about that this week. I don't know Mary's involvement specifically in the arts. I haven't touched base with you in the last couple of days, but I found a home in the arts in middle school. Truly loved chorus with Miss Morasso over there. I see Linda King in the back over there, taught me how to make a lot of noise with the trumpet. I thought I saw Roy Chambers floating around somewhere, but I can't point him out right now. But he and I built a sculpture that's in the courtyard over by the science wing. That was 15 years ago. It's still here today. So don't think that we don't take cuts to the art seriously. It's not something we've ever wanted to do. And it's something that's impacted all of us over the years. We do truly appreciate the community that has built around the arts in this town. It's a reputation that's gone on for years. It's something that we hope to see continue going forward into the future. And it's something we're proud of. And with that, if there's no other comments from board members, let's move into committee reports, and then we'll open up to public comment. Second here.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, Amy, if you have a curriculum report for us.
Yes, I do. I'll try to keep it brief. I know people are anxious to express themselves. The curriculum committee met on April 8th. We reviewed 3 courses that are up for first review on the agenda item when we get to curriculum instruction and programs. 2 are revisions to 5th grade gifted courses, both semester long. We also talked about the gifted program in its entirety and how it's run, and debated a little bit among ourselves, you know, what we've seen at other schools and other districts. I think it was a good, lively conversation and instructive. There's nothing further, though, about the program that we're talking about tonight. There is also a revision to the Women's Studies course, which is a semester elective in the high school. Again, it's a revision of curriculum that has been taught previously at the high school, but those 3 courses are up on the curriculum agenda tonight. We talked a little bit about other curriculum instruction and program initiatives for the year. So we did talk about how it's going with the comprehensive health and PE curriculum revision. We have not seen that curriculum yet in our committee, but we expect to in May. Which means that our meetings in June will address those curriculum documents. That is not on the agenda tonight for any kind of vote, so if anybody has any thoughts they want to share about that, you need to wait for the second public comment period. We also spoke about professional development plans for responsive classroom, which is a new initiative within the district this year that I think is going well, and we look forward to hearing more about our teachers learning more about that. And then we heard a brief update about the DEI district goal. Again, more to come on that, and nothing on the agenda tonight. The other 2 items that are on the curriculum agenda this evening, other than the 3 course revisions, are an approval of 4 field trips and approving 3 intern and student teacher candidates for the for next year, for the fall. And our next curriculum meeting is May 20th, and we'll have more at the June meetings on what we hear at that meeting.
Thank you, Amy. Mike, do you have a facilities report for us?
Yes. Short facilities report. We last met just prior to our last meeting, so we haven't had a meeting. But the only thing that has changed, you'll see on the agenda this evening, when we approve the financial items, there is a gift that we received from the Westfield Soccer Association for the renovation of the Elm Street field. This isn't any long-term commitment that we're agreeing to. This is just for them to allow to have a field that they can play on, that they are paying for the renovations for. And they'll manage the scheduling, but then communicate with us should we have any priorities that we need to override. So that, just wanted to reference that, our next meeting. I don't have the exact date, but I believe it's in early May, first week of May. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Amy, back to you for finance.
Yep, we don't really have a report. We haven't had a finance committee meeting since our last board meeting. We were going to meet yesterday, but that meeting got moved to tomorrow. So there will be more to say about that at next week's Board of Education meeting. Obviously, the budget for next year is item number 1, quite literally, on the finance agenda. There are a few other transfers in and out of different accounts that we're approving, and we'll be acknowledging some donations when we get to that point on the finance agenda. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Amy. For policy update, long-range planning. Long-range planning committee met this evening, right before this meeting. We started at 4:30. Notes will come out from that shortly. But we did start discussing the strategic planning process, the timeline around that, and the selecting of a vendor to facilitate that. We're hoping to start the strategic planning process in the fall, which will require some planning on our end before we close out the school year. Negotiations, we've started negotiations with one of our associations, the Custodial Association, and we'll be beginning the same with the paraprofessionals shortly. When there's something to discuss publicly, I will give more details. And lastly, for our policy update, the policy committee met on April 4th and has been working diligently to work through all of the recommendations from our policy audit. So on the agenda tonight, you'll see 24 policies up for first reading, 15 up for second reading, and then abolishing 9. That's all in accordance with the schedule that we put forth when we accepted the results of the audit. But the bulk of them are compliance policies where we're mandated to have certain policies by the state. Some were missing, some were bundled together in former policies, and we've broken them apart to be in compliance with law for when the state comes to do their QSAC audit. We then moved into started the conversation about our code of conduct review. The committee will meet with members of the community 2 weeks from tonight to review the student code of conduct, which will assess, which is the handbook that students follow for conduct in the schools and spells out disciplinary actions to measure it with the violation at varying levels for the elementary, middle, and high schools. That's required that we review that by law once a year. We do a robust review, including stakeholders. So it's a couple students, teachers, parents, member of clergy, our SRO, members of the administration, and then the board committee. We'll round out the Code of Conduct Review Committee. And lastly, we started talking about our committee structures. It's a part of our bylaw review, but we're looking at that policy, which needs work. Found that we looked at what other districts do in terms of committees. We found that some districts have as few as 3 committees, and some have as many as 13. We're right in the middle of that. We're looking to consolidate and economize the administration's time, board member time, so that we're not duplicating efforts between, just for instance, facilities and finance. There's nothing that facilities does that doesn't impact finance directly. So looking to streamline those operations where it makes sense. And lastly, it was announced at our last board meeting what we are doing with the leftover snow days in terms of padding them on to Memorial Day. And that is it for our review. Any questions among the board about committee reports? Okay. During this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on agenda action items only. This is the 2022-2023 budget and the action items listed under number 8 on the board agenda tonight. The board requests that individuals state their name and address for the record, the specific action items they're commenting on, and ask that all remarks be directed to the board president or designate, not to an individual board member or staff. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey, and the board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by members of the public. If a matter concerning district staff member is of interest or concern to a resident, The matter should be directed to the responsible building principal, the superintendent of schools, or the Board of Education, either by telephone, letter, or email. Although the board may not respond to items raised during this public forum, all public comments will be considered. Please note that if members of the public become disruptive during the meeting, board president may terminate the participant statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from the meeting or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes in duration. If you'd like to address the board tonight, I ask the first speaker to approach the podium and everybody else to line up along the wall as best they can. All right. If you'd like to begin, please state your name and address for the record.
Kelly Yang, 2 Normandy Drive, Westfield, New Jersey. Dr. Gonzalez and Board of Education members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kelly Yang. I graduated from WHS in 2003, and I'm currently raising a son in the district. I would like to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed cuts to the Visual and Performing Arts Department. While a student in the Westfield Public Schools, I was extremely active in the arts. I played flute in the bands and orchestras. I sang in various choirs and danced in musicals. I excelled in all of these pursuits, and being an active member of many ensembles taught me the value of teamwork, time management, patience, and perseverance. During high school, I practiced my flute 2 hours a day, and my hard work paid off as I had solo opportunities and played in elite regional and statewide ensembles. And although I was a strong straight-A student in high school and attended Columbia University, excelling in artistic activities always provided with me more confidence than my academic success. Academically, I just felt like one of many intelligent and hardworking students at WHS. I did not consider myself that special in this way. However, artistically, when I performed my solos to a full house, I felt special, unique, confident, like I could withstand any challenge the world would throw at me. This confidence stayed with me and helped propel me to a successful and enriching college experience and a successful 15-year professional career as a program manager. The priceless lessons I learned from my involvement in the arts cannot always directly be taught in the classroom or even through all athletic pursuits. There is something special about having to bring your A game at just the right moment while performing. These skills are transferable to real-world challenges, such as interviewing successfully for jobs and making corporate presentations to large meetings. These are not nice-to-have skills. They're need-to-have skills. In closing, I urge you to strongly reconsider finding another way to balance the budget. I understand the necessity to spend within our means. However, the long-term effects on this town, and particularly on the most talented art students in the district, need to be considered. I am grateful that I had the arts as an outlet at the most critical
30
time
seconds.
of my adolescence. I can't imagine the normal stress of being a high schooler being compounded by COVID-19. It is vital during these uncertain times that we give our students the emotional support that can be provided only through the arts. I want my son to emerge from this town as a well-rounded individual, just as I did. He will only be able to do so if he is afforded the same opportunities that I had decades ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address.
Lauren Goubert, 886 Pennsylvania Avenue. I just want to recognize all of your hard work and thank you, and I appreciate all of you who spoke today and what you had to say. I'm a parent of 4 children in elementary, middle, and high school in this district. As everyone knows, our children have been through so much emotionally the past couple of years with the pandemic and not being able to be in school and be around friends Every parent I talk to in Westfield tells me that their child was affected by this pandemic. Our children have also had to deal with the emotional feelings of anti-Semitism that has been happening in our schools and town. In addition, our children are unfortunately living in a time right now where they are glued to their phones, iPads, TVs, and computer screens. The arts and music are an essential outlet for our children to express their feelings and find joy and connection. Our children need this emotional outlet so badly right now more than ever. However, at this time, when our children need it the most, you are making painful cuts to these important programs that provide the lifeline our kids need right now. Your cuts will take away Tamaqua Elementary School's beloved music and chorus teacher, Mr. Norkus, the teacher that got our children through the lockdown of March through June of 2020. Mr. Norkus worked tirelessly during those months to quickly create the most engaging virtual lessons for his students that he possibly could. Do you know what the kids looked forward to each day and each week during that horrible lockdown? They looked forward to their music class with Mr. Norkus. It was the light at the end of their tunnel each week, or just being able to go on the website that he created for them to let their mind be creative, explore, and be free of the stress of the day in that time period. Mr. Norkus continued to work hard through the following 2021 school year, creatively helping the children to enjoy music the best that they could virtually. When it came time for the 5th grade graduation, Mr. Norkus was willing to do anything to help the 5th graders to be able to sing a 5th grade graduation song together, and he worked hard with them to put together a virtual song. Mr. Norkus' smile, passion, energy, enthusiasm has, of course, not stopped this whole school year. He continues to be an extremely beloved teacher at Tamaqua. Cutting Mr. Norkus' job sends the message to our children that being enthusiastic and passionate about your career, being loved by everyone, and putting 100% of effort into your job is still not good enough. How can you break our children's hearts and take away our chorus program and this incredible teacher who has been such a support to our children? Side note, there's nobody on this board who has a child currently at Tamaqua, so your families are not personally affected by this. In addition, you are removing a beloved art teacher from Edison Intermediate. As I'm sure you know, middle school is a time of great transition and emotional and physical growth. Middle school children need healthy ways to express their big emotions and feel connected to school. Can I just finish because everyone was clapping?
Finish your sentence.
These are just two examples of positions that you're eliminating. You've repeatedly stated that social emotional learning is a priority for our district, yet our budget decisions say otherwise. The budget needs to reflect our values and prioritize our kids' needs. I understand that cuts are difficult, but at a time when our children have suffered so much, I can't understand why you choose to take away the thing they need the most. I really hope you can find it in your hearts to show that you truly care about the students' social emotional well-being in Westfield and find a way to restructure your budget cuts. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Mary Montez. I live at 783 Carlton Road in Westfield and also 641 Willow Grove Road at my home away from home, Tamaqua Elementary. So I'm up here speaking from both ends of the U, as I like to say, and I hope that's okay. And you better yell for me if I'm ever on the chopping block, all you people. So I am speaking from both ends here. As of June 23rd, I will be the mother of 4 graduates going from K through 12 here in Westfield also. And I do want to say that I think, you know, I'm an eternal optimist. I'm still telling Mr. Norkus, you don't give up hope, even tonight. He happened to actually be in my classroom finishing music class moments before he got the bad news and the news that broke all of our hearts. But and to say that it wasn't on our radar is putting it really, really lightly. I think that, you know, the world doesn't change unless we change the world. So I understand this is not my forte, the finances, the budget constraints, but I really do think, look at these people, like we can come up with a way to not let this happen. And I'm so optimistic that I believe even tonight we can do that. You know, if the pandemic taught us anything, and I think it taught us a lot, there was a reason why everyone was doing anything possible to get these kids back with us. Chromebooks didn't do it. Textbooks didn't do it. The connections with teachers and with each other are paramount. And we're about to go for more training for responsive classroom, which, my God, I feel like that's singing my song too. But Mr. Norkus is literally the poster child for responsive classroom. And you know, the day that he received this news, he enlisted a 5th grade student to teach my 1st graders moves for an upcoming Arbor Day celebration. We were chosen to plant a tree at Tamaqua School. I kind of jumped onto that, being the tree hugger that I am, and immediately enlisted Mr. Norkus to teach us a song. And in true Mr. Norkus fashion, he taught us a song that celebrates trees, but also teaches children to celebrate themselves. So I understand that the position is not being cut, but the connections that are just, the words can't describe the impact he has on all of our students, that is being cut. And I just respectfully ask you to, if we can somehow, like, come and ask us, like, I'll give up some things at Tamaqua School if it would help to save this position. And I know that everybody feels that way. So please talk to us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Chaco. I live at 836 Tice Place, and I'm here to talk about the budget cuts. So, first, thank you for all of your service and commitment to the district and the community. I know that what you've had to do is difficult and not something anyone wants to have to do. So we're here in support of Mr. Norkus, who is my son's music teacher at Tamaqua. I can say that the positive impact he's had on my sons is unparalleled. He has completely dedicated himself to instilling a love of music in my kids, who tend to only like sports, and has taught them what it means to just be a good person. So it's easy for me sitting here on the outside to question your decisions, but that's what I'm going to do, because I feel like Mr. Norkus deserves that from me. I feel like Mr. Norkus, deserves to keep his job, and my kids deserve to continue to benefit from his presence. He will have a successful career wherever he goes, but do we as a district really want to lose his type of talent? Huge mistake. Huge loss for our community. So I think back to my elementary school teachers and remember the ones who have influenced my life as I sit here in my 40s. I still talk to them. This is the type of teacher Mr. Norkus is, and he will continue to be that for our kids. We cannot lose him. So I'd ask you to consider making a different decision rather than taking a look at tenure. I ask you to consider maybe voting to raise the budget, if that's a possibility. I just simply ask you respectfully to reconsider the decisions you've made and find a different way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you okay? This is my son, Kieran Duplessis, who also wants to say something.
Mr. Norkus is one of the kindest music teachers I've ever had, and I hope my brother there can experience the same thing and enjoy music the same way I have with Mr. Norkus.
Thank you.
My name is Jane Ritter. I live at 710 North Avenue West in Westfield. Good evening, Dr. Gonzalez, members of the Board of Education, and community members. I'd like to start off today by saying Mr. DeFabio is in the auditorium right now doing a concert. He is going to be let go by the end of the year, but he is still working just as hard as he would be if he was going to be here next year, and I admire that. I just wanted to say that before I begin. My name is Jane Ritter. I am an 11th grade student at Westfield High School. His family has lived in this town for generations. I'm a part of the fantastic theater department at the high school as a member of tech crew after years of being an actor. I'm concerned about how these budget cuts will impact us by altering curriculum and limiting opportunity. I'm sad because I am learning that teachers whom I admire and who have personally changed my life are being let go. I wrote to Dr. Gonzalez a couple of weeks ago, and I'm glad I came because I was going to discuss a few questions that I had, and you guys did a great job already answering them, so I get to cut down my time a little bit. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit, sorry. We're all here tonight not only to defend our teachers that we love, but also because we wanted to get those information. And I'm really happy that we at least got some, some sort of answer. I'm going to start with the recent past article stated that the impacts of these budget cuts on students should be very minimal. I wanted to say that I don't think everyone truly understands these impacts. These decisions as they stand will not maintain existing programs and offerings. If classes and programs are not cut, then how are class sizes not going to increase? By letting go of 25, I think it was, many of them a part of the arts department, you're breaking up my family. Mr. DeFabio has changed lives at Westfield High School, including mine. I do understand that we have to figure something out with school finances, but I'm here today because I need you to know what this man has done for me. Our theater and choir department has an award-winning reputation as one of the best in the state. I met Mr. DeFabio during my freshman year, and when I joined Tech Crew, he immediately took me in as a member of his family. He has taught me so much, not only about lighting and automation, but also about relationships with peers and professional theater. This shows that WHRIS and EIS are not possible without him. You can replace him, but you will never replace the impact he has had on students here. I would have never learned at such a young age some of the advanced technology that goes into theater, and we deserve to have these types of opportunities. Mr. DeFabio was always trying something you've never done before. We had a light-up stage for the spring musical. Our siblings deserve to have these types of opportunities. Sorry, I'm rushing here. Cutting teachers and, as a result, programming should not have been a consideration. I understand that we had to have it. I think that students deserve to know what other solutions were explored, as we did. Board of Education members, I'm asking you to please vote no to this proposed budget. Please reinstate these teachers in the arts department and look for other ways to remediate the budgets without directly impacting students. There are possible solutions. We can increase ticket sales. We can look at other options. We can raise money. If we do this district-wide, it could be the difference between the department falling apart and it continuing to succeed years after I am gone. I know I am one voice, but the pain I am describing today is felt by every single student in the arts department. I know many of you may be confused as to why I am so passionate about this, but I am here today because I know if the roles were reversed, Mr. DeFabio, Ms. Francis, and many other teachers here would be up here defending for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Miles. I live at 122 Virginia Street, and I'm a senior at Westfield High School. I'm involved in both the theater and choir departments here. I want to talk about some comments that I heard tonight, and I want to talk about my experience. It was mentioned that what's being cut here is positions, not people, and I think that's wrong. Someone also said that it's personal to everyone in this room, these decisions, but the people who this really, really, really impacts are students, parents, and teachers. It's personal to me. It's personal to our departments. There is no equivalent to what the arts provide to students at this school. I can speak from experience. I can speak from the experience of people that I know. The arts provide a safe place for vulnerable people. Some remarks that the superintendent has made in recent articles stand out to me, specifically about when you spoke to the High-Zi, you said that you were here for the students. You wanted to prioritize mental health and make sure that students felt safe. I can tell you that the arts is the main reason I have felt safe in this school, the main reason I felt like I belonged. The stated mandate that you want to provide for the continuation of visual and performing arts and maintaining excellence won't happen. It won't happen with these cuts. I want to speak to the theater department and the choir department. Maintaining course options and opportunities also won't happen. I'm a member of the theater tech crew. That's an area that not a lot of people know a lot about. I'm the head of the lighting design crew, and we're a small group of students, but we make the musicals and the plays possible. Mr. DeFabio, who's referred to as the district production manager, makes every production that happens anywhere in this district happen. He manages auditorium rentals. He manages this. I want to pursue theater tech in college and beyond, I would know nothing without Mr. DeFabio. And that, with him gone, no future student will have that opportunity that I had. The impact he's had on my life is greater than I can say. Another person I want to talk about, Ms. Francis, is here tonight. And I can't even articulate how brave that is. I just want to thank her for everything she's done for me. As a student, I have a perspective that no one on this board has. Without Ms. Francis and without Mr. DeFabio, the theater and choir departments do not exist as they do. I can name another program that won't exist with these cuts. Blue Devil Treble is an a cappella group.
30 seconds.
I personally decided to pursue choir, and I know so many other people did, because that course is so exciting. It's a huge draw for the program that without it, I can't even articulate how much of a change that would be. I also want to say that Ms. Francis is the only woman in the music department at this high school. That's not about identity politics. That's a real impact she's had here. She's had on my life, and she's had on every student's life. Thank you for your time. Please, please vote no. I'm begging you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Smith. I live at 913 Mountain View Circle. I'm the president of the Westfield Coalition for the Arts, a nonprofit organization dedicated to enhancing the arts education in the Westfield Public Schools by funding teacher grants when there is no room left in our budget. This evening, I come before the board to read a prepared statement from a collective of parent groups, including the Westfield Band Parent Association, the Westfield Theater Guild, the Westfield Choral Parents Association, and the Coalition for the Arts. We'd like to thank Dr. Gonzalez and the administration for meeting with us on April 19th to talk about our most immediate concerns given the budget's impact to the arts, staff, and also the loss of half of the middle school arts programming in 6th and 7th grade due to the choice to replace it with the civics course. We appreciate Dr. Gonzalez's clarification on the following points at our meeting. All visual and performing arts staff positions being reassigned will not cause cuts in any course offerings or programs currently available to our students. Duties of the fine arts secretary will be taken over by other staff members. No events, programs, or resources will change or fall through the cracks due to this reassignment, and stipends that are currently in place will not be removed. In addition, we strongly urge the administration to reconsider the elimination of the second choral position at Westfield High School. This request was also detailed in our letter sent to Dr. Gonzalez and the board on April 21st. We do not consider the second choral position a nice to have, but a necessity to ensure vocal safety and health, as well as maintaining the level of excellence that has been built over the last 25 years. Thank you, Linda King, who's here in the audience. 2 Westfield High School choral instructors is necessary for team teaching, or coaching, if you will, with respect to sectional rehearsals, full rehearsals, evaluations, and assessments for students in mixed chorus, concert choir, bella cora, chorale, honors equivalent, choraleers, honors equivalent, and in the extracurricular ensembles, men's chorus, Blue Devil Treble, and junior honor choir, which offer additional participation and audition opportunities.
30 seconds.
The second choral instructor allows for piano accompaniment and the choral conductor the opportunity to concentrate on teaching vocal techniques, incorporating music theory, sight reading, ear training, and ensure vocal health and safety. The second instructor allows the opportunity to prepare students for additional performances, competitions, opportunities that we help fund, and also opera technique and advanced a cappella. We are upset with the significant cuts. We look forward to being a valuable partner with you, and we invite anyone else in the community to join us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lucy St. Dennis, and I live at 656 Willow Grove Road. I'm in the theater and choir departments here, both of which will be immensely affected by these cuts. Thank you for letting us all speak our minds in regards to this issue. You've often repeated that no programs are going to be cut or changed due to these cuts. However, you previously said tonight, Dr. Gonzalez, about a choir class that was mentioned that you quote-unquote did not know the details. And we, the students, had a meeting with you, and when we did, with all due respect, it seemed like a lot of the information we were giving you was completely new, especially about specific aspects of the art departments that would change with these cuts. And they all seemed like completely new information to you, or like things you did not know a lot about. We also know that you did not come see our spring musical, Mamma Mia. So, it's very hard to believe that you know a lot about our arts departments and about things that will change. And all in all, we all want to know, and I know you can't necessarily answer this right at the moment, but we all want to know what specific research, if any, have you done in regards to these arts programs, especially the ones you plan on cutting teachers from, to be able to adequately and accurately assure us that no programs will be changed or be entirely cut. There are countless things that would change in our very valuable opinions as art students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Violetta Watson. I live at 511 Edgar Road in Westfield, and I have 2 boys in McKinley School. I don't personally know any of the teachers being affected, but just based on what I've read and what I heard today, I had some follow-up questions, and I was hoping that the board would address them either during the meeting or after the meeting for the public to know. I guess one is, what % of the town tax revenue goes to the school budget? And is there any flexibility there to change things around? How would we opt in to a community vote to increase the district budget? And would that opt-in in any way impact the decision for this particular budget and the year that it impacts? I imagine that other towns are also dealing potentially with similar budget issues. And have we spoken to other Board of Eds to see how they've resolved these issues or addressed these issues as inflation in particular increases? Have we considered hiring any third-party experts to assess other ways that we can address this issue? And in particular in years going forward that you mentioned, which especially concerns me. I also want to mention that there was a petition going around, as you all probably know, to reinstate fine arts teachers, and that petition had 7,000 signatories. I know that you, one of you mentioned, hey, can we increase the activities fee? Well, I wonder if everybody on that petition alone contributed $100, $200, that's at least a few teachers' positions. I do wonder, though, if the community were to take initiative and do something like that, would that be able to impact this particular budget and this particular decision in any way? So I welcome any kind of comment from the board on those points.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lori LaMonica. I'm at 435 Topping Hill Road in Westfield. I just had a couple of things. Some of the things have already been mentioned, but I just want to reiterate a couple of points. I'm going to get straight to it. You mentioned that your cuts would not affect any extracurricular activities, but again, I would like to know then what happens to Blue Devil Treble. I want to know, with the elimination of Ms. Francis's position, I'd like to know what happens with the audition choirs that many kids audition for, like regional choir and all-state choir, that Ms. Francis helps the kids and coaches them with their auditions. This was an unprecedented year for participation. I believe there was something like 27 kids that made it into regional choir. That's huge. We have a lot of talent coming up. We have a lot of talent coming up in this school. Who's going to be there to help them recognize it and help coach them and help them get these special extracurricular audition parts? You also, with sports, and, there have been no cuts mentioned with sports, but I also have kids in sports, so I'm not being negative with that, but with sports, you have coaches, and you have a head coach, and you have a coach for different positions, different groups within that sport. Well, with choir, you have the same thing. You have one teacher that has to oversee the entire choir, and then you have a teacher that has to work with each section, and they run sectionals with these kids. And without that second teacher there, it's really, really, really difficult to get those parts down. You need that. So this is not just an extra, I have a second choral teacher, I don't really need a second choral teacher. It is an important position and desperately needed. And Ms. Francis has touched so many kids' lives, and personally, on a personal note, my daughter has often referred to her as her school mom. So she is important, she is needed. And I'm very sad that this has come to be, and I hope this does not come to be. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joseph Lagozo. I live at 27 Stoneleigh Park. I've been a resident in this town for 22 years. And when my wife and I moved to this town before we had kids, we moved here because of the education system. And it's a great education system, and it will continue to be. My concern with what's been put out there on this budget is that the education system is the whole education system, not just academics, not just athletics, not just visual arts. It's the whole education system. And I guess I respect everything you do. You guys spend a lot of time on this board. I'm not on the board. But what I can say is that from a banking environment, when we do budgets, you have to be careful when you choose what budget you do and what you decide to cut. Because you send a message. You send a message to the market. You send a message to the community. You will be very hard to hire arts teachers and visual arts teachers to come back to this town if you make an impact to those programs. And the issues you will have, it won't be a short-term issue. It'll be a long-term issue. In 5 years, when you're trying to rebuild a program that you've cut, it will be very difficult to rebuild it. I've seen it in banking when we cut divisions, and the challenge will be that you will never get it back. And people will then will not want to move to this town. We all moved to this town because of the education system. And again, I respect everything you do. It's not an easy decision. It really isn't. But please do consider not making it a targeted decision, because that's the perception right now. Prove everyone that the perception isn't the reality.
Hi, my name is Andy Proctor. I have one son at Samaquez and one going in next year. I also work in music, so I take it very personally, and I feel that music and the arts is just fundamental to the human experience at large. I don't envy your all positions. I understand what you're up against, and the math, I did a quick calculation, 2.3 million deficit, 6,000 kids, you're short like 380 per child. I think you will find that this community would support an increase of whatever it takes to get this accomplished. 380 per child does not seem insurmountable to me, and the future is also very concerning, because I understand shortfalls will continue, and where that money is going to go and what's going to be impacted next. My son has Mr. Norcus. I know that's a highlight of his week. I know he's an excellent teacher. I think it's short-sighted to make that cut. And also, I know you said, by doing this, we were able to save extracurricular activities and other things, that I just feel like there isn't a shared burden. I know the other secretarial positions and other things had to be looked at as well, but the perception is it's not a shared burden across, athletics and other programs as well. So that's really it. Thank you.
My name's Mona Zhao. I live at 9 Normandy Drive. First of all, thank you everyone on the board for your public service. And I understand you are in a very hard position. I'm not here to question you or criticize you, but I want to highlight the achievements of the two great teachers who are being let go, Mr. Norcus and Mr. DeFabio. Mr. DeFabio is titled the District Auditorium Manager. To those of you who are not familiar with what he does, he's the person who works on all the theater, band, choir, orchestra programs at all the schools. He oversees all technical and streaming operations for all the district's performing arts facilities and provides tech service to all district events, even including Board of Ed board meetings like this one. He is an integral part of all the great programs we put out in the school district, including the elementary school variety shows. So we have wonderful, wonderful artists, singers, musicians, dancers in the school district. And guess what? Mr. DeFabio is the one who makes sure that we can actually hear and see them and enjoy their achievements. Mr. DeFabio is so much more than just a tech manager. He advises the high school theater students' tech crew. He teaches and mentors those students not only on technical skills such as lighting and sound control, more importantly, he teaches them how to work with each other across different groups. He teaches them communicational and teamwork skills, and he teaches them respect and patience, which are extremely important for today's world. He is great at encouraging them to engage in collaborative learning, creative thinking, and problem solving. Especially during the pandemic, I remember he found creative ways to keep the theater productions alive, and that was a huge positive emotional outlet for so many students at so many levels. I'm not sure if the district cuts its position, who will step in to fill his shoes? Who's going to run all those streaming services for all those events? I doubt a contractor will be able to fill this role. More importantly, who's going to mentor those students? So I implore the decision makers to please take the best interest of our students in mind and find a creative way to keep his position so our performing arts programs will continue to succeed and shine, and our students will continue to learn important life skills from him. And also a shout out to Mr. Norcus, who puts a smile on my child's face during the pandemic. He went above and beyond to make sure he knows every student. Do you know that he knows every student's birthday? So please, Mr. Norcus, just to quote a friend of mine, she said, Mr. Norcus will run a world-class music class in some school district for a very long time, and that should be our district. It will be a real shame to lose him what he can do for our kids. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amira Lee. I'm a senior, and I've been an active member in the WHS band program for the past 4 years. In addition to playing the flute in the wind ensemble, I'm also a section leader in the marching band and the current president of Band Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Band Council, a group of involved band students who are dedicated to improving this program, and we organize several annual events such as Jazz Night and the Christmas Tree Fundraiser, which I'm sure most of you have attended or participated in. As a member of this band program, my life has been irreparably changed by this music program. In the past 4 years, I've had the fortune to be a part of this inclusive community and meet all different types of people. Yet we are all tied together by our common love for music and performing. This program has taught me patience, persistence, and teamwork as I continue to improve on my instrument and collaborate with my peers. I've made some of my best high school memories through this program, and it's because of the welcoming and friendly environment fostered not just by these students, but by the amazing teachers. Sorry, I'm reading off my phone. And although I'm leaving this year, I hate that I have to leave this program at a lesser quality than I got to experience, especially as someone with 2 younger brothers who also participate in the music program, both at Edison and the high school. An excellent music education is vital, not only for personal development, but cognitive skills, and it leads to more conscientious and and ambitious human beings. The dire importance of a good music education is so clear, and that can only be achieved by having qualified music teachers and not firing the ones who have made such great connections with our students and have changed our lives. These recent staff firings are directly harming the hundreds of music teachers at this school, and it's disheartening to know that it took these extreme budget cuts to finally draw attention to the $2.3 million deficit within this district. It's unfortunate that the focus has been drawn away in previous meetings from discussing these serious economic issues in lieu of focusing on inapplicable topics such as the politics of certain board members. Thank you. Instead of focusing on things that are directly affecting hundreds of Westfield students, like the loss of these beloved teachers, these meetings have wandered into irrelevant things, and now our students are paying the price. And it's very disappointing to know that the district has gotten to this point. I cannot leave the school and district without expressing my dismay for the apathy shown towards this music program. Even if you don't have a child in the music program, I'm sure your lives have been touched by it. And I can confidently say that everyone in this room has had a positive experience with the music program. So in a town that claims to pride itself on loving thy neighbor, I'm discouraged by its failure to support the music program and its legacy of excellence in this town. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kayla Lewison. I'm a board member of our school's International Thespian Society, and I am the current choir president. I stand here representing the choir exec board and our beloved choir department. The skill set I've been able to achieve is because of this program and has built my artistic resume to the point that it is now. The teachers are the heart and soul of this program. I think you would all agree that educators are the base and backbone for students, and the arts educators at this school for this district are the reason we have excelled to the excellence we have been awarded to. We are an award-winning choir and theater department, with our current play being nominated for several awards, as well as our musical, both the actors and the actual musical being nominated for several awards as well. I am blessed enough to be going to one of the top programs in the country for musical theater. And I would not be able to do so without the reputation of this arts program and the outstanding education here in theater and classical training in choir I've had. I would not be at the level I am in my art form without these educators who have made me not only the performer I am today, but the person as well. Regardless of whether the classes are being cut or not, this is a decision that I'm deathly afraid of will snowball into something we may not be able to come back from. I'm a graduating senior, and though I am standing here displaying my hardship along with several other seniors throughout choir, band, orchestra, and theater. There are several students who have pursued careers and are going to pursue careers in musical theater, music, and tech, and were able to get into top schools and programs such as NYU, Penn State, Texas State, Baldwin-Wallace, and the Berklee School of Music. There are seniors here who are showing their support because they care about this program, which I think means a lot because we are all graduating and we don't want to see our program decrease from where it is. I have here a petition made by junior Skylar Lipkind, who I would like to mention was awarded top tenor in Central Jersey against all of the other programs in Central Jersey. He was not able to stay for the full duration of this meeting, so I was asked to present the petition he made himself. In this folder, I have the petition with a list of about 7,000 names, as well as comments made from several parents from all around not only our district, but also several neighboring towns as well, from people who have graduated and who have moved on. I am so grateful for what I've accomplished here and the great opportunities that I hope to accomplish because of this program, and I would like you to greatly consider the decision being made.
Thank you.
My name is Jean Lemberg. I live at 528 Grove Street. This message is related to the school budget. It is from my husband, Greg, who could not be here tonight. Recently, the Westfield Board of Education announced drastic cuts to teaching staff, mostly in the arts, to address a budget shortfall. This is extremely unfortunate for all the students of Westfield, as well as the teachers who have lost their jobs, and those still employed who will have to absorb more work. In June 2021, the BOE signed a letter of intent with the Town Council to explore the development of the property behind Edison Intermediate School. The BOE would lease the property to the town for $1 per year for 30 years. In exchange, the town would be allowed to replace nearly 6 acres of natural grass with artificial turf, stadium lighting, and restroom facilities. Private sports associations would be the primary beneficiaries. The town estimates that the project will cost $9 million, and they would assume responsibility for maintenance and upkeep of the artificial turf fields. The BOE will be allowed to continue to use the EIS fields until 6 p.m. for school-related activities as they currently do. When teachers are being laid off due to budget constraints, the BOE should be looking for every way possible to reduce costs and maximize the value of their assets. The land controlled by the BOE is a valuable asset. Currently, all sorts of non-school related sports take place on virtually every school property. So why should the town spend $9 million to improve just one BOE property? You could negotiate more strategically with the town. You could insist that the town invest the $9 million to upgrade all the BOE properties used for youth athletics to organically maintained natural grass athletic fields with proper grading, drainage, grass varieties, and grass varieties meant for sports activities. You could specify that the town maintain these fields at athletic field quality and relieve the Board of Ed of that financial burden. All the students in town would benefit from better quality playing surfaces for physical education, recess, as well as after-school activities. The money that the BOE currently spends on property maintenance could be redirected to help retain teaching staff. If this saves only one teacher's job, it would be worth the effort. One of the main reasons that most of us moved to Westfield was for the quality of the school system. It is very disturbing that teachers are being laid off due to budget constraints, while at the same time, the town is proposing to invest millions of dollars on a youth sports complex on BOE property and putting additional pressure on the school system by approving one new housing development project after another. Thank you for considering this idea. Thank you for your work. And I would just like to add that our 3 children are all alumni of the Westfield School District. All 3 of them participated in the arts. It has benefited them enormously, and our youngest is at Rutgers studying scenic design. She'll have a career in the arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Louis D'Angelo, 519 Park Ave, Apartment 10, Scotch Plains. I speak here as a teacher in the district. I've been a math teacher at Westfield High School right here for the past 17 years. I started teaching in 2005. Every day when I walk into this building through the doors, I'm greeted with the sign, Westfield Public Schools, a tradition of excellence. We advertise it throughout the district. It's actually on the boards right now. And I believe that it's true. I wholeheartedly agree that we have a tradition of excellence. But what does it not say? It does not say a tradition of excellence in STEM. It does not say a tradition of excellence in athletics. It does not say a tradition of excellence in humanities. It's a tradition of excellence, period, across the board. Nobody's denying the budget situation that we see, but when there is an issue when cuts may become necessary, it is essential that those cuts be done equitably across the board. Back when I was a student myself in the 90s, we know the time that districts had to vote on the budget every year. The town where I grew up almost always defeated the budget, and it resulted in budget cuts. Inevitably, the arts were on the chopping block. And year after year, I spoke here, as many of our students are tonight, in support of the arts. Words cannot express my disappointment that 20 years later, I am standing here again in front of the Westfield Board of Education, making the same speech. We talk about Westfield has cultivated and maintained that tradition of excellence by not taking the easy way out and cutting the arts. We make the decisions that are tough but right for the students of this district and the children of this town. And I forget what I was going to say. When we speak about a tradition of excellence, excellence are the many positive things that we heard tonight from our sports teams, from our wrestling team, our swimming teams, from our music program achieving national recognition. But excellence is also, in lean times, everyone giving a little bit so that nobody has to give a lot. Thank you for this time this evening. I'm asking the board to please reconsider looking at how the budget is being structured and how cuts are being applied. Let's do right by our kids. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren McCormick, 917 Tice Place. I'm a teacher in a nearby district, and I have 3 children, one of which goes to Tamaulipas and has Mr. Norcus, and absolutely loves him. He was showing me some dance last night that he did, that he learned in class, and it almost brought me to tears. But a few things. We've had 10 years since this cap was put into place, and I just keep thinking that 10 years, and it just seems now here we are trying to figure it out. It seems like 10 years too late. Well, it is. And it really pains me to hear that Westfield is so much lower, like thousands of dollars lower than other districts in my district where I teach on the cost per student. And that means we're not providing what we need to provide. And I know, Dr. Gonzalez, you said that we're keeping up, but U.S. News and World Report today just said that Westfield dropped 7 places in the state and 160 nationally. So we're not keeping up, and we need to figure this out. We just keep spending. I know you were talking about all the budget constraints, but it just seems the district keeps spending and spending. I hear all these professional development people coming in, all these consultants we hire for this and that. Everything's consult. You've got all this teacher training. We've got great teachers. We're telling you that. Okay, last year they wanted time to work on their lessons for the hybrid learning, and instead they just got more of this training, more of this PD. I think one of them was racial literacy that cost about $20,000. There's some money there that maybe we could have used. And as for the civics course, I take issue with this because I looked at the Westfield curriculum, and there is civics in the 8th grade curriculum. Now, the state law says that somewhere in the middle school curriculum there needs to be civics, and it needs to be 2 quarters or the equivalent of 2 quarters. So you can put that sporadically throughout. But my problem is that the 8th grade course already has civics in it. Why are we creating 2 new courses and hiring 2 new teachers, which could have given 2 jobs back to teachers that were letting go, one of which I'm sitting next to over there, and another one I know back there, and others. I don't understand why we're creating an elective and getting rid of others when it's there already. What needs to happen is teachers need to sit down, and if there needs to be more civics added, it's called curriculum mapping. You have them look at 6, 7, and 8, and they figure it out. The last thing I want to talk about is I was mentioned by one of you, I couldn't see who it was because there were people standing in front of me, but that no student would be denied a class, no student would be denied a course. I know people have said this prior to me, but when you're a teacher and your class size grows, yes, sure, they can have the course, but guess what? The experience is not the same.
Thank you.
As a teacher, you're not meeting the needs of those students. You cannot physically do it. We owe them the education. We owe them the smaller classes. We're Westfield. I went to school here. I'm a graduate here.
Thank you.
My husband was too. They deserve it. They deserve more. Let's figure this out.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Bond. I live at 737 First Street in Westfield. I'm here to talk about the budget, of course, with the cuts in the band and orchestra program. I also have 4 kids. I know many people have said that in Westfield schools, one at McKinley, 2 in Edison, and 1 in the high school. And all of my children are in either band or orchestra. And I also have children who have delayed learning. And the one thing that I did notice and do notice is that their ability in school has improved considerably with the learning that's taught through teaching, taking an instrument, that you have to parse things out if something's hard, that you don't give up, that you have endurance, that you push through. And I think it would be a real shame because we get to the high school and we get to the elementary school where they have so many kids in a class, in a band or orchestra class, and they have the intricacies of their instruments. And one teacher, it's very hard to do in that short span of time that they're given to do that teaching, especially at the younger levels. So I really also, like all of the parents here, for the band and orchestra programs, for the theater programs, I mean, the high school students are so well spoken and how much they've learned and acquired. We're just starting out, and I look forward to that. But we won't have that same outcome if you reduce these. And my students who do struggle will have a harder time if now they're in a class with 45 other kids and one teacher who can't address all the instrument issues, who can't address the issues with specific pieces of the music and parts of the music. And I really think more consideration needs to go in, as other people have suggested. This is my daughter, Carolina. She would also like to speak.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carolina Bond, and I'm a sophomore here at Westfield High School. This is my 7th year in the Westfield Band program, and I've loved every minute of it. When I was choosing high schools and was debating going to a magnet school, I chose to stay at Westfield High School because of the amazing performing arts program, so I could stay part of the band. Although I can only speak from my experience in band, I'm sure that almost everyone who's gotten through the music programs have come away with the same great experiences. Our teachers are amazing and have grown our love for music and self-expression. They teach us to try new things and give us a break from the stress of our other classes. As we learn different kinds of music and techniques, they teach us skills that we can apply to life and our other classes. Our band teachers have taught us how to study by working on something from different angles until you understand it, to meet a challenge confidently, and to process overwhelming information a bit at a time. If we had fewer teachers in the band programs, then this focus on the overall well-being of students is bound to decrease because they will just be overwhelmed with students. This would be a detriment to the individual experience of kids in the band program. Our band classes are huge with more than 45 kids in each. This is twice as many kids as a normal class and is far too many students for just one teacher. With the complexities of learning each instrument, it takes the work of all our teachers to teach and help each individual student to excel in the program. Outside of just band class, although I'm not a part of it personally, I know that the marching band program is one of the highlights of everyone's years. Our teachers have set up an amazing program that keeps people in the band throughout all of high school and grows their love for their instruments. My friends are always counting down to the start of marching band season with band camp in the summer, and then coming back telling me how much they've loved it. Additionally, our bands have been given opportunities to perform at different schools and to be judged. These are fantastic opportunities that give us performance experience and confidence. With decreased funding and without our teachers, we wouldn't be able to take part in these amazing opportunities. If these beloved teachers get fired, then it would have incredibly detrimental effects on the Westfield High School music programs and the overall lives of students who participate in the program and love their teachers. I want to say thank you to all the band teachers I've had throughout the years and tell them that I've appreciated everything they've taught me as I've grown as a musician and as a person. Thank you, Mr. Furr, Mr. Sloopy, Mr. Scazzaro, Mrs. Gant, Mr. Vitale, Mr. Sindorf, Mr. Sarah, and everyone who's made the band program as amazing as it is. So I would like to ask you on behalf of me, my younger siblings, and everyone else in the music programs to please vote no.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Galligan, Board of Education members, Superintendent Gonzalez, teachers, friends, neighbors, students. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. But I wanted to begin by thanking the board.
Sorry, name and address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Susan Ritter, 710 North Avenue West in Westfield. I wanted to begin by thanking the Board of Education members. I don't think people really understand that your job is both a tireless and possibly thankless one. So thank you for all the work that you continue to do in service of our students. I also would like to stress that I'm here as a mother. I have a fifth grader. My husband and I have a fifth grader at Franklin School who is currently very excited about The Lion King. She has a role in that play at school, and it's her first role, so there's much enthusiasm at home. And I also have an 11th grader who I saw her impassioned talk to you earlier this evening, and I felt it was necessary. I'd been here earlier, got the one kid, and I'm juggling, and I decided to come back and speak myself. I'm not here, again, I'm here as a mother. I'm not here as an educator of 27 years, and I'm not here as a school administrator for 14. I'm here as a mother. I'm here this evening because I have concerns that the district has decided to reduce teacher power rather than seek alternative methods for reconciling the budget deficit. While I understand that school enrollments vary, and it can be dicey, and sometimes a reduction in force is necessary. My mother-in-law, Teddy Ritter, the late Teddy Ritter, was a kindergarten teacher.
My kindergarten teacher.
Well, she was riffed. I don't know if you know that. She was a fifth grade teacher, loved fifth grade, and she was riffed. And she was moved to Tamaulipas to be a kindergarten teacher, and she went back to get a second master's because she's like, how am I going to do kindergarten after doing fifth grade? So I digress. But I understand that sometimes a reduction in force is necessary. It is inevitable at times, but eliminating teachers, any teacher, should be the last measure considered. And I hope it was the last measure considered. Teachers are the greatest commodity that this district can boast, the greatest. And it is proven that they are the variables that lead to students' performance and student success. It's all about the teacher, not the bulletin boards, not the curriculum, not the books, not the shiny floors. It's all about the teachers. So I really hope that this was really, truly considered before we went in this direction. The elimination of 24, 25 teachers will directly impact students. To say that is come on. It will either increase class sizes, or it will change course offerings. It will lessen K-8 instructional time, maybe music's every other week. I don't know what the plan is. Or it may alter programming.
Thank you.
Can I just...
please finish your sentence.
I don't believe the district was bloated by employing 22 unnecessary teachers. Therefore, there must be some impact to students when they're let go or reassigned. I also believe that other educators will attempt to compensate for their colleagues' absence and potentially become overworked and overwrought. You're all arts supporters, but tonight it's so much more than the arts. It's about the value of a teacher and if we value teachers. So please vote no to the budget.
Thank you.
Go back and review your process.
Thank you.
There's got to be other options, and I'm happy to share some.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Donna Perone. My address is Drive 8, U.S. Highway 22 East. I have not been in this cafeteria for over 6 years. I left as the Westfield High School Band Parent Association president for 6 years. Both of my children were band members as well as marching Blue Devil members. I am a teacher too. I'm here tonight to speak to you because I thought it was that important. I'd like to talk to you tonight to be open to another option. I want to compare a school to the human body, the heart and soul of the children. The teachers are the brains, the blood, the sweat, and the tears. the secretaries of the blood that help navigate all the nutrients through the complex system, and the administration are the limbs who work together to move the body along the road it takes. A body can't live without their heart, their brain, or blood, but can live without a limb or two. It would be difficult, and the other limbs would have to do more work to stabilize the body, but it can be done. Please cut some of the limbs and save the body.
Hello. My name is Ryan Carlin. I live at 441 West Broad Street. I am the stage manager here at the high school for the theater department. I was also the stage manager at Edison, and we can't forget about my time in the band department at Edison and Tamaulipas with Mr. Scazzaro, of course. I am here to primarily mention two things. To tell you that by cutting Mr. DeFabio's position, you are actively making this entire community, school, and town worse. Mr. DeFabio, or DFAB as we lovingly call him, is somebody who puts his blood, sweat, and tears into his work, and is the person that makes every performance, from theater to band to chorus to all of the above, possible. I can say that every student who has ever interacted with him is better off for it. You must vote no to save his position. The second thing I would like to mention is at the meeting that many of us students had with Dr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Fendis, and Tom Weber, they promised to be closely in touch with the students to assure that these changes, if they go into effect, will not have a negative effect on the quality of the education or the performances, as well as our experience as students. If me talking is doing anything right now, I beg everybody listening to hold them accountable to that promise. Most of them are elected officials. They have an obligation to make sure that the students that they are in charge of are well off, and if they are not doing that, they are clearly doing something wrong. Moving back to Mr. DeFabio for a second, because I have more time, I can say that the man is a machine. He puts everything he has into this work, coming in on Saturdays and on his time off to do things. He has stayed here with me until the wee hours of the morning sometimes to make sure that theater productions happen. There is no reason in my mind, and I do understand that things need to be cut, and I'm not an economist, so I'm not going to suggest how, but there's no way in my head that he is the position that needs to be cut. He does everything for the theater department and for everybody else in this community. If you cut him, each of you will see a difference in the things that you're trying to get done. You will see a difference, not just us. Because I'm going to see a huge difference. He's the person I work with the closest in this school. But you will see a difference. Overall, I've gone to this school this school system for my entire life. If you pass this budget the way it is, you are making the wrong decision. I urge you seriously to vote no, take another few weeks, figure it out. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sophia Arnetta. I live on 608 Lee Drive, and I would like to thank you for your time tonight. As a choir and theater student here at Westfield High School, I would specifically like to talk about Miss Francis. This woman has absolutely changed my life and the lives of so many of the students at our school. She is a strong female role model that all of us young girls can look up to. Every single year, without fail, she takes the role of everyone's school mom, as my friend Sarah mentioned earlier today. I know for a fact that every single girl in choir in this room is directly affected by this, and not one of us had a dry eye when we heard the news. I remember when I heard the news, I was at lunch, and the first thing I thought was, they must be missing something. I understand that from an outside perspective, a co-teacher position seems unnecessary, but I promise you that without the work that Miss Francis does for us, the choir
department would crumble, to say the absolute least. She also adds education for the female choir students, and there are entire units in our curriculum that revolve around her education in opera. Lastly, I would like to specify that it is the combination of Mr. B and Miss Francis that make the choir department what it is and create relationships with their students strong enough for all of us to come here and fight for them tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Sammy Bauer, and I live at 812 Noah Terrace. I'm a senior at Westfield High School, and I've been heavily involved in both the theater and band departments, not only at the high school, but at Edison too. I want to start by thanking Dr. Gonzalez for taking the time to meet with us concerned art students last week. And we know that cuts need to be made, but I think we all walked away a little bit concerned about the overall understanding of the arts. Everything I've heard has surrounded around the idea that nothing is going to change on paper, but the arts is so much more than what's just on paper. While it may be true that no posters are being cut, these cuts are changing the quality of our programs. In Westfield, the arts department is something we can all be proud of, not just because of all the awards we win, but because of the communities we've created. While we may have access to all the same courses, these cuts have consequences beyond that. It affects the tradition of excellence that we have worked to cultivate for the arts department, and making cuts to this department harms just that reputation. I also went to Tamaulipas. While I did not have Mr. Norcus, Tamaulipas is where my love of music began. If I was at Tamaulipas and I learned that my music teacher was being cut, I think this would have made me question the importance of music in my life. And I don't know if I would be here talking to you today without the music education that I had at both Tamaulipas and Edison. Showing elementary school kids that music is worth the time is so important, because without that spark of passion at a young age, there is no arts department in the high school. Both the band and theater departments have been my family for the past 4 years. I get to perform in award-winning musicals and travel to Delaware or Maryland to compete in regional band competitions. Because of my position as a section leader in the marching band and dance captain in the musical, I've gotten to develop leadership skills that I never would have gotten the opportunity to develop otherwise, as I'm not necessarily very athletic. And these leadership skills are going to help me throughout the rest of my life. So while I know that there's a $2 million deficit, and I definitely don't claim to have all the answers to that, I urge you to reconsider your decision for the sake of the future of our arts department. Thank you.
My name is Nadia Rigo. I live at 614 Cumberland Street. I would like to preface, to avoid any misunderstanding, that I do not believe that any teacher who has given no reason to be let go deserves to be let go. It is not my belief that any teacher deserves to be let go any more than the teachers that have been decided to. However, looking at the ratio between arts and other areas, it speaks volumes. I think that everybody in this room, it sends a message to us that a lot more of the positions deciding to be cut are arts positions specifically. I also would like to say that it was a pivotal point that I took note of earlier, that one of the board members did say that it is very hard to have an equilibrium because everybody has their own belief of what would be ideal to have more of, less of, in regards of personal biases. But I do believe that it should be an equal amount. If it is truly the value, that it should not be biased towards any group, or that validity is measured by personal biases, saying that what we're speaking on could be invalidated by the fact that we are personally biased. If it is really the value that you hold, I feel that everything should be taken out of equally. I also think that when you say no student will lose courses or clubs or experiences, sure, you could say that. Fundamentally,
the courses and the clubs might still be there. But we do have wonderful teachers like Ms. Francis and Mr. DeFabio who go beyond what they are paid for. They go beyond what is their job fundamentally to care for us, and because they have fun with their jobs and because they do care about the kids. So fundamentally, you are not losing a club or a course or whatever it is, but you are letting go of a teacher who makes that club or course what it is and goes beyond what is written or what is the idea of the course. I also did have the privilege to go on a trip with a lot of the 8th graders over the spring break. And I got to know a lot of them, and they're all, super fun. And I'm really looking forward to going to school with them next year. And I think that having arts programs and things like that would help me remain connected with them. And then I also think that it breaks my heart a little bit thinking about people that I'm friends with in 8th grade not having the same experiences that I was able to in my freshman year and not having the same excitement going into high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veda Safro. I live on 413 Clifton Street in Westfield, New Jersey. And I attend 4th grade at Tamacos Elementary School. I'm here on behalf of our beloved music teacher, Mr. Narkis. For the past 4 years of my life, Mr. Narkis has been so much more than a music teacher to me and my classmates. And I was really determined to come here tonight because I feel like that with all he's done for me, I think he definitely deserves my support. And I ask you, if possible, please reconsider your decisions. Thank you.
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow. I'd like to address the budget as everyone else is. We're in a post-pandemic phase now. The issues our children are facing are, number one, learning loss, especially in the lower grades, and two, mental health. To me as a parent, I would think that these would be the areas our district would focus on to help our children get back to a pre-pandemic state. The district continues, however, to make DEI the primary focus financially and otherwise. $50,000 alone was just spent on the DEI survey everyone got last week. How much money has been spent in the name of DEI to the detriment of all else? How much money has the district paid for DEI consultants, for instance? Is this the best use of our limited funds we're reminded every month that Westfield has? Meanwhile, academically, we've all witnessed the Westfield High School rankings free fall statewide and nationally. Every day on the Westfield Moms Facebook page, another mom is asking for a tutor. I've also heard that there are some special ed programs being cut in the middle schools. We know this town loves its sports. My kids are sports kids, but no one talks about the fact that the arts are incredibly important to the mental health of our children. Seeing the kids' faces as they performed this year in plays and musicals showed how important to these kids this art program is to their mental health. Both academics and arts seem to have taken a back seat in this district for this entire school year, ending in massive cuts where we're now losing staff. District leaders, please explain how this continued focus on DEI in any way helps our children academically or with their mental health.
Hi, sorry, this is my first time. I'm Leah Gates at 403 Beechwood Place.
I am a parent of a future kindergartner enrolled in kindergarten. So frankly, this is my first Board of Education meeting, but I do think it's a point of view that perhaps you could hear. This is my first one, and frankly, I found what I witnessed tonight quite alarming, and the fact that there seems to be an extreme lack of communication that an FTE headcount cut was even on the table for budgetary considerations. It seems that members of your own board, maybe not on the committee, also weren't aware. I think that this could have been made public to various other parents and people in the community, and a board member mentioned that going forward there'll be committees and parents involved. I recognize that there was awareness you didn't want to alarm certain individuals and that they have every right to hear that they're being terminated first, but it could have been alerted that this was up for consideration and the extreme number of headcount. I hear a lot of blame placed on the 2010 and 2011 changes and how budgets were done, and cumulatively now we're paying the price this year, but to the tune of 20 plus FTEs and closer to 30 actual people, and it feels extraordinary to me. You mentioned that departments work together to give you input as to which ones could do with less. It implied that leaders of these departments also were to bear the responsibility for these decisions. And I'm curious if perhaps one of these groups sharpened their pencils too much, possibly in the arts, that they were not as strong voices to keep their own resources. Were these departments overshadowed by louder departments? And once this input was collected, was it vetted by you and this board that these cuts were in fact evenly distributed? I'm afraid it possibly was not, based on the board's comments I heard this evening. I also heard this board chalk it up that prior boards within as recent as last year were able to pull off miracles with relatively the same funds, and that you cannot in fact deliver. I hear you will sustain the same level of programming, but as a future parent with many years to go with 2 children, I hear zero room for growth in any existing programs at those levels, and even less for programs that will no doubt be required by the time my kids make it all the way through these grades. You made the comment as it relates to secretaries that the workload will not change as there is a reduction of 4 FTEs. I'm fearful of all the strain that is going to be placed on these existing teachers to meet their additional needs in a case of already burnt out teachers. What is going to be the cost of these temporary employees and substitute teachers and contract employees, and the true cost of headcount turnover to fill these when the teachers are extraordinarily burnt out? I'll be remiss not to acknowledge Maureen Scanlon. I had the honor of hearing her vocal talents first here, and she's the reason I'm standing up here tonight. And to have that be the reason that such a young parent is standing up here, I think speaks volumes that it's not just FTEs that you're cutting, it's the teachers. And if this teacher is important to fill this room, then you guys really need to look at a different way to change this budget, because these are the teachers that we need to keep for the future students. You're concerned about future enrollment, but you also were very concerned if more kids enroll that you cannot meet those future budget needs, so you cannot have it both ways. I'm extremely disheartened by what I witnessed this evening, and there's a real lack of communication.
Thank you.
Good evening. Christine Smith Marasso. I live at 921 Carlton Road. I am a parent of 2 graduates of the Westfield school system that were very involved in the athletic program, in the fine arts, in clubs, in a lot of extracurricular activities, and they're very successful individuals. I appreciate the comment that was made by a board member saying that everybody has their own interests and agendas, but I can't help but look at this sheet here and see that out of 11 of the positions being totally eliminated, 5 of them are positions that directly impact the fine arts department. So I don't think that's very equitable at all. I also would like to address the theater production manager position. That position, and I taught in the district for 37 years over at Edison. That position was created because we have put so much money into our beautiful, beautiful new auditoriums at Edison and Roosevelt, and also a lot of the equipment and the auditorium at the high school. And we were concerned that with all the groups that come in and use our facilities, that there needed to be somebody to oversee that, because what was happening was that our sounding boards and our lighting boards and a lot of our equipment was being misused by outside groups, and the decision was made to hire someone who was a professional who could oversee that so that we could save our equipment and not have it be damaged and misused. So I'm concerned about that, because with all of the money that we've put in the past few years on our beautiful concert venues, I'm concerned that we're backtracking on that, and that we're going to go back to having problems with people coming in and using our auditoriums and misusing our equipment. So I'm very, very concerned about that. I hope that you reconsider some of your decisions. I think that is very inequitable looking at this. I think we've been targeted, and this is a department I know from experience that is the face, in a lot of ways, it is the face of Westfield, and it presents a very good perception of what we do here, because our fine arts are top-notch, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sydney Herskowitz, and I live at 46 Moss Avenue. I'm an 8th grader at Edison Intermediate School, and I'm a part of both the theater and orchestra programs, sorry. The teachers in these programs have truly changed the entire course of my life forever, for the better. At this point, I've done 4 shows and too many concerts to count with Mrs. Gant, Mr. Stanton, and Mr. Ullman, and too many other insanely important arts teachers. I know from so much experience in the pandemic that a lack of arts can negatively affect a person's mental health. And lots of times when I'm having a tough day at school, I think about how long until orchestra or how long until drama, and that helps me keep going. I understand that there's only so much money, but I sincerely hope that the board reconsiders the cuts in the arts program, because they're so insanely important to students.
Hi, my name is Aiden Sopranowitz. I'm a senior here at Westfield High School. I was the drumline section leader along with 2 others this year for the marching band. I'm in the wind ensemble, I'm in jazz, the list goes on. And I just had my percussion ensemble concert right before I came here. And I would not be at the same level I am today without the staff that has influenced my playing style and my professionalism. I'm disappointed that the subject on the cutting board right now is fine arts. I take it as an insult that you thought that students wouldn't be affected, because, I mean, take a hint, there's so many people here already. From the performing arts alone, there's tons of people here. The elementary, middle school, band, chorus, and theater teachers are imperative to our music education, because coming into high school with experience playing an instrument or singing creates the internationally respected band program. The wind ensemble is performed in Italy, Austria, Germany. The amazing band program that we have at our fingertips, you're planning on throwing away for like a new fancy field or like a blue tarp over the courtyard. The classes will stay put, but the quality will be affected. I don't believe the fine arts program will survive without the staff that we have now. And I understand budget cuts have to be made, but the arts should be deemed too important to education to even be considered. I leave the high school this year, and it doesn't sit right with me that I could be the last class with my outstanding music education throughout my 12 years here in Westfield. I remember my elementary school band teacher, Mrs. Brzezinski. I wouldn't have my first drum set without her, because she okayed it past my parents. I have done so many things with my music education past being in school. I do things outside of school extracurricularly, and I hope you're mentally prepared to ruin future careers of music students. It just doesn't sit right. I've had the best time here, and the teachers who are behind me have helped with that experience. I wouldn't be the same music person that I am today without them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eden Wilkums, and I live at 802 Franklin Avenue. I'm the Vice President of the Choir Department, a member of Region and All-State Choirs, Co-Director of Blue Devil Treble, and Student Music Director of the musical. I know you may think that we don't understand the budget cuts, as we are high school students, not yet in the real working world, but this is our world, and it has been more than proven that you have not seen the scope of the effects these teachers have on our lives. So many teachers in this room made me who I am. Mrs. Gant got me to love music in first grade. Mr. Scazzaro got me to continue music in band. Miss Morasso got me to realize my potential in choir. And Mr. B and Miss Francis are the ones who fostered the love, knowledge, and creativity music gives me. As the co-director of Blue Devil Treble, I spend every Wednesday night working with Miss Francis. I have such a different perspective of this group in this position, and I cannot express enough the severity of your actions. She has made the underclassmen feel appreciated for their talents, something that is hard to find, especially in a town dominated by great athletic programs. I also have a unique perspective as a student music director and member of the pit for the musical. Not only did I use my musical education to be offered this position, but I was given the opportunity to play with my former teachers, who were the reason I was there, such as Miss Morasso and Mr. Geyer. And my role wouldn't be possible without Mr. DeFabio. He is the one who helped with all of our technological issues, which most definitely occurred a lot, and was one of the many reasons we were awarded such wonderful praise for the pit band. As my friend Ryan said earlier, these effects will not only be felt by the students, but the parents, the community, and every single person who came to see our sold-out shows, our superb choir concerts, and every other performance that takes place in this town. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Jill Vogel. I live on Baker Avenue. This is regarding action item number 1 on call, adjournment, and cancellation. I'm wondering why you are changing the bylaws of 0161 from the BOE shall meet at least once a month to at least once every 2 months. Is this an attempt to further limit parental involvement in Board of Ed meetings and procedures by limiting meetings? We used to be able to speak for an unlimited amount of time at these meetings. There was a back and forth discussion between Board of Ed members and residents and parents in this town. Over the past 2 years, while everyone was preoccupied with COVID and lockdowns, this Board of Ed has quietly changed resident participation in the following ways at the Board of Ed meetings. First, you would no longer respond to our comments. Second, we could only speak for 3 minutes during each of the 2 public comment sections. You caught some of the children that were up here in your district. You cut them off while they were speaking because of this rule. Third, we could only discuss, this was down the line, we could only discuss action items during the first round of comments, limiting what we could say and when. And now you're trying to minimize the amount of times this Board of Education needs to meet. It really seems like you do not want any input from parents, grandparents, and residents in our town in accordance with our children's public education. Is there a way for us to fight these decisions and start taking back our Board of Education meetings? When can we start getting answers to our many questions? As for the budget, the Westfield School District is $2 million over budget for next year. We have a lot of questions as to where the ESSER funds and COVID relief funds that was over $7 million went. You're firing valuable teaching, arts, theater staff positions, but you think it's a good idea to spend over $50,000 on a DEI audit. And once these positions are eliminated, it will be near to impossible to get them back. How about spending that money on a financial audit and then releasing the findings to all the residents in this town so we know exactly where our tax dollars went and are going in our school system? Who are the 6 elementary teachers being fired? Are there any special ed teachers being fired? Why are we hiring these civics instructors, and what is going to be their role for next year, and what is their curriculum? Tap into. As other people have said, we have decreased 160 places in our national standing for Westfield High School. I mean, I can't really blame.
30 seconds.
I'm sorry? Oh. We cannot blame our failing schools on the pandemic because this was worldwide, so every district was dealing with all of these issues. We still don't have full-day kindergarten, and there's no cafeterias in the elementary schools. So as you're cutting all these budgets, all these teachers' positions because of these budget issues, there's other things that are also falling by the wayside that parents in this district are expecting and want to be dealt with and have for their students in the future.
Thank you.
Maybe other districts did not spend an entire year having a monthly book club on a book, Waking Up White, and instead decide to focus
Thank
on
you.
student academics and the ability to cope with the many struggles that children face during COVID. Thank you.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? All right. My name's Bill Cook. I've been in the district. I've lived in Westfield for over 28 years. I put 3 children through the Westfield schools. I know a lot of the fine arts teachers. I'm a music teacher in another school district myself. I teach orchestra there. I've taught a lot of Westfield students cello. A lot of them are in the choral program. And I've just heard them talk in such glowing terms about the arts program in Westfield. I wish we had in my school district the program that you all have here in Westfield. My district's very good. Westfield is phenomenal. I see what happens when there is wonderful team teaching. For instance, at the high school program, I've known Maureen Francis for over 20 years. Have you ever heard her sing? I'm not going to embarrass her by dragging her up here and making her sing, but you all should hear her. I'm hoping that you all get to hear that. And the fact that she's willing to share that gift with all of these young people out here, how we're going to move her out of the high school is absolutely beyond me. I don't get it. I don't get it. So I'd ask you to reconsider. My district, where I work, has cut music positions over the years. We've never gotten them back. We work our butts off and try and make it all work, and we try and deliver the best program we have, and I'm very proud of our program. But boy, oh boy, I wish we had what Westfield has. Don't give it up, please.
Hello, I'm Jessie Bornstein. I live at 436 Roanoke Road. I'm an 11th grader, and I'm a member of the marching band and color guard, as well as the daughter of the BPA president. I participated in choir, sharps and flats, and all the plays and musicals in middle school since I moved here in the 7th grade. And my younger sister, who is in 8th grade, is also heavily involved in the choir, and next year will be joining me in the color guard. The arts program here means the world to my family. I have been privileged to be a part of the music community the last 3 years. I've made some incredible friends, and I've learned some very valuable lessons here. One thing I learned from watching my mom and the other parents work with the teachers is that every teacher counts. Everyone in all of these programs work tirelessly to make sure the children have the best experience possible. Every teacher and parent uses all of their time, personal and otherwise, to make these programs the way that they are. So amazing. So what I learned from that is that when you cut one teacher, all the things they did goes with them. There is no room and no time when these other teachers are working, when all of the teachers are working all of their hours to make these programs the way they are. There's no time to pick up what you just lost, other than losing a very valuable person. When the pandemic began, a lot of the teachers made sure tirelessly that the kids would be able to maintain their programs and the things that keep them happy, mentally, physically, and otherwise. I know that all of my friends participate in the choir, theater, or other arts programs, and the way we felt when the pandemic started, we thought all of these things would be lost for the whole 2 years, was devastating, beyond belief. And when all of these teachers took it upon themselves to make sure that, as the band said, you get safety, music, and fun all together through the whole pandemic, it really changed our outlook on bad things in life and made you realize that every situation, no matter how bad it seems, has a bright side. None of these teachers are invaluable, and everyone needs to be saved. It is very unfortunate that the cuts here have been made specifically to the arts program at a majority, and I do believe that even though, again, I do not know exactly how, with a lot of thought and a lot of work, we could figure out a way to get the money in a way that doesn't lose these teachers' valuable positions. Thank you.
Kyle George, Short Hills Court. I'll be talking about 2 items on the action agenda tonight. Number 1, the firing of 24 people, and 2, the change to policy 0161, which alters the required BOE meeting frequency. Let me start with the easy one first. Draft policy 0161 calls for a BOE meeting once every 2 months. The current policy says once a month. Why are we changing this? Do you think less frequent meetings will help in some way? Perhaps you just don't want to hear from me as often. That's a possibility. There are 24 positions on the chopping block tonight due to a budget shortfall. Judging from the turnout tonight, I see that everyone is paying attention now that their favorite teacher is getting let go. I don't know them personally, but they sound fantastic. I was in the concert and jazz band in middle and high school, and it was a very formative experience for me. It's important for you to know, everyone here, that it didn't have to come to this and that it didn't happen overnight. It's been a slow-motion train wreck of prioritization problems for at least the last 2 years. A small number of parents have been out here virtually and physically since the start of the pandemic, highlighting how this district was experiencing priority inversion. In other words, not making sure that the things that are really important to our children's future are done first. Now we see the outcome of focusing on things that don't actually help our children. Teachers are losing jobs, mediocre at best student academic assessment performance. And today, Westfield dropped 160 places in the nationwide high school rankings, falling out of the top 1,000. The only rankings that have increased are the number of high school swastika incidents and the most anti-Israel tweets by a BOE member. So your proposed solution is to fire teachers and ask for more money. None of the options you propose include ones I think are very obvious, like change what you're doing, or spend money more effectively, or try to renegotiate union contracts to save jobs. More money is not the solution. Most people in Westfield pay 5-figure property tax. Roughly 70% of property tax goes to pay for Westfield public schools. That's a lot of money. Westfield may have fallen in the high school rankings, but we excel at property tax. We're number 24 on the list of top property tax cities in New Jersey. You knew that funding was a problem in 2021. When a rational entity notices it's not making ends meet, it cuts the things that aren't necessary to its core mission. Your core mission is making sure our kids excel at science, technology, engineering, arts, and math education, go to college, and become skilled, professional, tax-paying citizens. What should you have cut that isn't aligned with this core mission? Well, you should cut things like Dr. Frog's $3,000 vacation to San Diego to present his Rutgers CRT research. You should cut teachers spending their PD time being force-fed books like Waking Up White at the beginning of the pandemic when our kids were falling behind. You should cut funding to consultants like Generation Ready, the outside vendor that gave teachers training that has nothing to do with academic performance, and Hanover Research, to whom you paid almost $50,000 for the ongoing DEI audit. You don't spend $2 million on IT upgrades in 21-22 and then propose another $2.6 million for 22-23, which is also on the agenda tonight, when you're serious. I feel sorry for the teachers and children who are having to feel the effects of this. I hope it's a wake-up call to the rest of Westfield's tax-paying parents.
Hi, I'm James Weinberg, 834 New England Drive. I'm a father of a Tamaka school student who has the best music teacher, Mr. Norkus. That's simply put, but I'll get into that. And I have another child that's going to be going into Lincoln next year. So first, let me just say, I want to thank the board. I know it's a truly challenging job and a thankless job. You're all volunteering your time. Like, I'm a realist. Like, I get it. So I'm not here to question how much time you've been spending or how hard you've been working. None of that. I understand. I also understand state restrictions, and there's a lot. And Ms. Sullivan, and just like you were very clear on how how much of the budget is really malleable and all that. I get it. I actually have an accounting background. I'm in business, so I get numbers. But I come to you as a parent. My ask really is to pause, review, and revise. And I'm not going to make this a macro issue, but the outcry is real. I know you guys have been working on this for a long time. Dr. Gonzalez, you made that very clear. I know this wasn't just pulled together and people are just making rash decisions. I trust that is truly the case. I get it. But the public outcry is real, and I don't feel that the families, other than the people that are being let go, and I get it, I've been in business, I understand, sometimes it's real. Other than the people that are being let go, the people that this is going to impact the most, the students and their parents, have had very little time to understand what's happening and have any sort of input other than this meeting that I'm aware of. I don't know, but I know some in this meeting, some ideas were thrown out like, hey, we should create a parent-teacher committee. Like, and this is not a critique of like, why didn't you do this months ago? Obviously, everything's better 2020 hindsight, but like, let's do that now. Like, there's no reason it must happen this second. Like, there can be time. There can be some revisions. I'm not saying overhaul. Everything has to be thrown out and revised. But I think a pause, the outcry is real. There's, I understand I'm not saying you have to go from 100 to 0, but I think being realistic with the outcry, if there weren't, and no person should be let go. But there are, I know Mr. Norcus, and I also know one of the people who spoke on his behalf, Ms. Montez, who my son had last year, was one of the most beloved teachers at Tamaulipas, and I can say that she will have a profound impact on my son's life, but also my family's life, having had her during the pandemic. That said, her comments are real in that Mr. Norcus he's in the same ilk. They're exceptional people that when you take a step back, who it is, and I get it, because it's the number of FTE. I understand the term FTE. I understand part-time, like three 1/3 equals one role. I get it. But it is people, and we're the right people. Like, is there other ways to do this? Is there ways to get a little bit more money on the revenue side somehow, new negotiations, some way to add up a little bit and change some of the specific personnel?
Thank you.
The outcry is real. Just pause, review. We pay a lot of money over asking. At least give us the time to review.
Thank you.
Lisa D'Onofrio, 1000 Seward Ave. I am not talking about COVID. How great is that? I would be remiss if I didn't speak. I have nothing planned, but I see so many faces here that have influenced my kid's life. I just have to speak on their behalf. I love you all, really. Ms. Gant, when we moved here 7 years ago, I actually sent a note to Dr. Dolan, and so we moved here from Manhattan. My kids were very involved in the music program. They've been playing violin since they were in kindergarten. They were also in the arts and in theater. And when I moved here, I actually took the time out of my day to write to Dr. Dolan and say, I just want you to know it was a seamless transition from Manhattan to here. They were in a private school, and I was so blown away. The first two people we met were Miss Gant and Mr. Freeman. And my kids are still playing violin to this day. They are phenomenal, and I thank you so much. Yes. And I will tell you that my daughter was going into 6th grade. That's not an easy year to come. And she was kind of on the fence about violin. And when she met Miss Gant and Mr. Freeman, she found a new love for violin. And I really, really am so appreciative for that. Mr. Markowski, amazing. Bella had a year with you. Thank you so much. Mr. Altman has literally changed my kid's life with a theater program and public speaking. These are not people I understand. They are fine right now. But the message that you're sending is that they might not be fine. And that's the issue. We can't give this message. We have to do something. We have to put our heads together. All these people that were here tonight, every single person, I'm sure, would come up with an idea of fundraise, something. Let's do something as a town so that we don't lose these jobs, because on paper, they're a salary, but they're not on paper here. And all of these people are here telling you how much they support and love them. We can't just cut these people. We have to find another way, and we're all here to help you do that. So use us. Let us know how we can help. Thank you. Miss Mr. Stanton, he's not here, but my kids also love him too.
Okay, hello all, I'm Sophie Weibel and I live at 1110 Columbus Avenue. I wanted to touch on a couple of things tonight, but I'll keep it pretty short. First, I wanted to address position cuts that have directly affected my own family. My mom was one of the employees that was ripped. This has been hard for her because she loves this job, but it is also hard for me and my siblings because she's not being reassigned. Furthermore, I would also like to address the importance of music and music education. I've played the violin for 8 years, and I understand the importance of using music to connect, to create, and to inspire. As a junior in high school, I can confidently say that my experience playing the violin has given me a deeper understanding of who I am. Quick shout out to Miss Gant in the back, my middle school orchestra teacher. The music teachers in this district have worked tirelessly to ensure that their students receive the highest quality music education. I'm sure that all those in the fine arts programs would say the same. Music gives students an outlet to express who they are, and so does theater. I urge you to reconsider your decision before it cannot be reversed, and students all over this district missed out on opportunities to be involved in the wonderful, amazing world of music, theater, and fine arts. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Heather DiLiberto, 2350 Colonial Drive. I wasn't going to get up here and say something. I'm super nervous, but I feel like I have to. We were told tonight the recent cuts to the middle school art program, along with the elimination of 2 full-time art teaching positions, occurred because of a curriculum change, more specifically a state mandate. The middle school cuts are not because of the budget. This seems like it could be avoidable. It at least deserves further discussion or a pause before a decision is made tonight, and it's too late. Laura Wooten's law directs the NJDOE to require 1 course specifically in civics or United States government as part of the social studies credit requirement for middle school graduation. Presently, in the 8th grade curriculum in Westfield, we focus on civics and United States history as stated in our curriculum. How are we not already fulfilling this mandate? A vote tonight to bring in 2 new full-time social studies teachers will eliminate a major part of our middle school art program. 2 full-time art positions will be eliminated and many, many classes cut in the arts. Isn't it worth knowing for sure this is our only choice to fulfill the mandate on the middle school level? Is it the only option that we have? Some questions is why is Westfield one of the only districts in our area deciding to dedicate civics courses specifically instead of reworking our current curriculum? Could we possibly consider other avenues in order to avoid such drastic cuts to our art programs and our teachers? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron Taylor and I live at 525 Clifton Street. I would like to address the fact that you are getting rid of arts positions. I was personally affected by many of these teachers, including Mr. Scazzaro, Mrs. Gant, and all of my band teachers. I would like to say that while you might not see that having a second band teacher at the middle school level is important, I would not be the percussionist I am today if I did not have Miss Gant to pull me out and the rest of the percussionists to teach us while the rest of the band learned how to play their horn instruments or whatever they were blowing into. And, and also, when you, Dr. Gonzalez, became the superintendent, I was very excited to see that you were interested in helping make our school a more inclusive place. But the fact that I got a survey last week that asked us how ethnically diverse our teachers were, that you apparently paid thousands of dollars for, when you could have found that out just by walking into a classroom. Really bothers me. I would like to say that there are plenty of students at this school through the clubs and groups I work with that would be happy to help you, and plenty of parents that would be happy to talk with you and work with you to make this school a more inclusive place, and I hope that you take advantage of that. Back to the arts, I would say that if you're looking at inclusivity, there is no class that is more inclusive than the arts programs at this school. I am a pediatric cancer survivor, and the band program and the marching band welcomed me and gave me a place that I could play something that was considered a sport and something that was active, that did not require, that was able to include me despite anything that I had trouble with. And I just want to say that the band program here has been inclusive and has changed my life.
Hello, my name is Michael Bonner. I live on 1311 Pine Grove Avenue. I just want to say that I've been with the theater department and the choir department my entire high school experience, and having it being taken away, even though I won't be here next year, it just breaks my heart. And I just want you to know that of how much compassion and how much of an effect they have, not on just me, but everyone. I'm pretty sure everyone in this room. And just please vote no for this, please.
Good evening. My name is Joseph D'Alessandro. I live at 11 Plymouth Road. Have you seen these kids perform? I mean, have you seen them? I mean, it's really, I grew up, so while I live in Westfield, I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Brooklyn, and we had no programs. I'm about as talentless as they come. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. But yet here I am at 50 years old. My wife can attest to it. I'm trying to teach myself the guitar, and it is really, really difficult. These are things that kids have to experience when they're young. And just, go down in the basement, sing, or, in the shower, do these things. I can tell you that I didn't grow up with any of this. When I came here and I saw the performances that these kids put on, if Sophia Netta is still here, I still remember her in Beauty and the Beast. Unbelievable. All the performances that get put together at the middle school at Edison are like nothing I've ever seen before. And there's a lot of people that are involved in that, and it is certainly the faculty that's involved in it. What we've come to expect out of our young kids, the performances that they do, I don't even see this from adults. Like no peers my age could do what these kids do. And they only get as good as that they do, as well as they do, is because they're encouraged. And they're encouraged, by the faculty here. So I recognize that there's a tough decisions here, and trust me, I'm not an accountant, but I get it. You got a bit of a square peg in a round hole. But to me, we came here, we moved to Westfield. I left Brooklyn. I'm here in Westfield because I want more for my kids. I want them to have a well-rounded education. And to be honest with you, I feel like it seems to be we're focusing on these fine arts. They're going to regret it. I know that I regret it because I like to have some other hobby besides, my work. It's terrible. So give these kids something more now so that they have it with them for the rest of their lives. That's why we're here. This is our community. We chose to live here. We choose to pay these taxes. Why? We want a well-rounded education for our kids. So you're hurting the next generation to come, or the people who are saying, where should I live? Should I go look at Millburn or should I look at Westfield? This leaves a bad taste in our mouth, and it's going to leave the potential for this town in the future from someone making a decision and say, I don't want Westfield. And I don't blame them. This is scary. This to me is a very slippery slope that we're on. Because to me, it's going to be very unfortunate we're having this conversation next year when we're still targeting the arts. Thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it. I know a lot of work goes into this, but really, come and see these kids perform. It is mind-blowing.
Hi, Barbara Wellnitz, 739 Carlton Road. I am co-president of Band Parents Association. I've had 2 kids in the school district. My husband grew up in Westfield, graduated from the high school. What I see happening is so disheartening to me. What the teachers, the staff did for our kids, our community over the last 2 years, and now you're cutting staff, it's just a kick in the face. Like, I just don't get it. And the fact that so many arts programs are being cut, there are so many kids that I've watched. I used to work in the school district too, as a paraprofessional. And it's the special needs kids, the ones that are out of the box, who find their home in the arts, whether it's fine arts like drawing, music, singing, band, theater. That's where they find their home. And they're the ones that are going to suffer the most with these cuts. Eliminating secretaries, they're the heart and soul. They keep things running. Mr. DeFabio, like, I look back at my kids, quiet kids who got to be in the variety shows. My youngest is part of the wind ensemble. Because of the music teachers at the middle school who encouraged him, the band directors here. My older son, art. He thrived with the art program. These cuts are going to hurt our kids. Eliminating the team teaching in the middle school bands is such a shame. You're going to have one teacher trying to teach kids, 40 kids in a class, across multiple instruments. The band program is going to suffer at the high school program level. It's going to happen. It can't not happen. The teachers can only do so much in that limited time. You're hurting the program. The message you're sending is that we don't care about the emotional health of these kids because it is an avenue for them that they need desperately. So please do whatever you can to rework this budget so we can save these jobs. We need the staff for our kids, for our community. It's critical.
Seconds.
So thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do. I know it's not easy, but our kids deserve better, and our teachers, our staff deserve better for everything they did for our students over the last 2 years. Thank you.
All right, at this time, seeing no one at the podium, public comment on this first session is now closed, and we're moving on to the action section of the agenda. I ask the board to approve the minutes of the April 5th, 2022 board meeting and the April 5th, 2022 executive session minutes. Have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sonal. All in favor? The public session is, comment is now closed. Hold. We're going to go through our action items. They're going to be quick, and then a second public comment session will be open in probably 15 minutes.
I make a motion to reopen it.
Okay. Any
Do I have a second?
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Anything until tonight. I'm a student at Edison, and since fourth grade, I'd been looking.
Name and address.
Reese Sharma and 12 Mohawk Trail. I'm in eighth grade now at Edison, And since fourth grade, I've really been looking forward to at the high school having more musical and artistic elective options as I plan to pursue a career in the arts. Even if these classes aren't threatened now, there's a precedent being set of when there's not enough money, the arts program being the one to pay, and the cuts happening more in the arts program than anywhere else. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gavin Salerno, and I live on 565 Pearson Street, Westfield, New Jersey. I am a student at McKinley School, and I don't have much to say up here, just like Reese. I think it's really sad, and I hope you guys are able to reconsider your decision about cutting the jobs of these fine arts teachers. And I hope by the time I get to high school here, I will be able to have the same experiences these people, wonderful people, have had. That's all I got to say.
All right. Do any other students wish to address us tonight? Okay. Close public comment? Mike, can we re-close public comment?
I second.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So did we approve the minutes? Okay.
Seconded, you moved it, Sonal seconded it.
Yeah.
Now we need a vote.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. I ask the board to approve governance item number 1. Can I have a second? Thank you, Mary. Dana?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan.
Yes.
Layla Morelli,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes.
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz,
Yes.
Mary Wiggins.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I ask the board to approve personnel items number 1 through 14. Have a second? Thank you, Mary, again. Dr. Gonzalez, we have a couple retirements.
Yes. Tonight I'm announcing with regret the retirement of 3 staff members who have given a total of 65 years of service to the Westfield students. Almost 7 years ago, Alicia Wagner became a paraprofessional at Wilson, where she enjoyed working with the students and staff. When the 10.5-month secretarial position opened in the building, she was excited to help the Wilson community in a new way. Alicia is a personable and caring professional who creates a warm and welcoming office where parents, students, and teachers feel comfortable and valued. Frequently arriving early and staying late, Alicia is always willing to assist wherever she is needed. Ken Horn has been a dedicated vocal music teacher at Edison for 19 years. His students increase their musical awareness and learn challenging pieces to perform in winter and spring concerts. The Broadway Singers, a group of talented 8th graders whom Ken directs, perform at Veterans Day and Black History Month assemblies, as well as throughout the community. Beyond his work in the classroom, Ken is an accomplished set designer who has worked with students to create impressive backdrops for Edison's plays and musicals. The musical directors can also count on Ken lending his own instrumental expertise as he regularly serves as a pit musician. Bill Malott is completing a 39-year career in Westfield as an elementary physical education teacher. He emphasizes a healthy lifestyle and a lifelong enjoyment of physical activity and creates activities for Jefferson students which focus on both skill development and mutual respect. Ken also has contributed to the district as a coach, and he's proud to have been part of the football coaching staff whose teams have won 3 state championships. He has enjoyed his work as a girls and boys track and field coach, where he helped to develop 3 state champions in pole vault and high jump. Perhaps Bill's greatest joy has been teaching the children of former students who speak positively of their memories of physical education classes at Jefferson. We wish Alicia, Ken, and Bill happy and healthy retirements.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Any questions or comments from the board?
This is on the personnel.
Yes.
Personnel items. Yeah.
Well, it is, but one of the personnel items, item 7, relates to the budget stuff that we're discussing. So I think we should discuss those things in connection with the budget. I think it warrants a back and forth from us. So I would move that we approve personnel items with the exception of 7, and save 7 until we can speak about the budget, because those two things go hand in hand. If we're going to talk about the budget and see where we are, then you can't, I don't want to eliminate teaching positions and then maybe or maybe not approve the budget. I think those two things, if you're going to approve the budget, that's the consequence of approving the budget. So I'd like to put it all in one spot if we can.
Dana, procedurally, how would we do that?
So you could either table personnel till after the budget discussion. That's probably the easiest.
Okay, yeah,
Table
let's do
it,
that.
and then we'll just vote on it after budget.
Well, I didn't say it was the best idea, but I'll take that one. Okay, fine.
All right, so motion to table the personnel agenda until after finance.
Second.
Thank you, Layla. Dana, do we need a roll call? Layla.
I did.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Okay, Amy's opposed? All right. And I'll turn it over to Amy.
Okay, finance and facilities, I would like the board to consider finance items 1 through 14. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thanks, Brendan. I'm going to go ahead and read item number 1 in full because it pertains to the budget. So it is, item number 1 is to approve the following resolution. And I'm reading it again just for a little bit of a timeline because we've heard some comments about delaying or taking more time. Whereas on March 22nd, 2022, the Westfield Board of Education adopted a tentative budget to be submitted to the Executive County Superintendent of Schools for approval. And whereas the tentative budget was approved by the Union County Superintendent of Schools on April 14th, 2022, and whereas the tentative budget was advertised in the legal section of the Westfield Leader on April 21st, 2022, and whereas the tentative budget was presented to the public during a public hearing on April 26th, 2022, and whereas the total amount of the budget for general fund expenses shall be $123,909,743, of which $107,628,137 shall be raised by tax levy, and whereas the total amount of the budget for special revenue fund expense shall be $1,706,999, of which $0 shall be raised by tax levy. And whereas the total amount of the budget for debt service expense shall be $2,765,308, of which $1,965,995 shall be raised by tax levy. Now therefore be it resolved that the Westfield Board of Education hereby adopts the 2022-2023 school year budget. And be it resolved that there should be raised for the general fund $107,628,137 for the ensuing school year, 2022-2023. And be it resolved that there should be raised for debt service fund $1,965,995 for the ensuing school year of 2022-2023. And be it resolved that the Board of Education includes in the final budget an appropriation of the surplus in the amount of $1 million. And be it resolved that the Board of Education include in the budget a capital reserve withdrawal in the amount of $6,995,580 for Franklin Roof Project, courtyard renovations, HVAC renovations, data infrastructure upgrades, and Roosevelt terracotta restorations. That's a lot, but, and I regret now saying I should read all those numbers out loud. Sorry, that was a lot of numbers. But just to give a timeline of, we have discussed this at a number of public meetings, and it may not have been covered by the local media, but we've been here and we've been talking about it and we've been doing the work and we knew this was coming. And it is with great regret that we don't see any other way to get this budget passed the way we need to get it passed without making some staff cuts. And I don't mean to take lightly anything that you guys have said and the passion that you have brought and shown us tonight. I appreciate it. I value it. It is so painful to have to let teachers go at a time like this, when they have done so much for us and for our children and for our community. And to hear how much several of these teachers have done, the ones that we do have to say we don't have a position for next year. I feel very bad for those teachers. I feel very bad for the students that won't have the same opportunities. I am hopeful that perhaps there will be a time in the future when we can reverse some of this. It's my turn to talk, okay? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Public comment will resume after we carry out our action.
Right. All right. Any other comments? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rob. I know you wanted to say some things.
Sure. I've heard a lot of information here that doesn't reflect what has been presented to us in our budget committees about programs being cut to the bone and not happening again. Sure, I've heard a lot of information here today about programs being cut to the bone, and we're not going to have arts programs again, and we're removing, essential programs as part of the board action today, and that's not what's been presented to our committee. It's not what's being proposed as part of the budget, and I'm a little concerned at where that information is coming from. I don't know why we believe this. I've taken a look at the budget. We've been involved, as Amy said, over the course of months in looking at this. And I meant what I said before. If you can convince me that this is the way we have to go, then I can assure you there was no other option. The idea of try again, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than we've been trying. And the last thing anyone in that room wanted to do is cut anyone else. And that's, I wanted to make sure we talked about that again. I didn't want to just vote on a budget after this much comment and make it seem like, well, we'll just up and down and we'll just up and down a personnel vote. That doesn't sit well with me. I've spent my time going through this budget tooth and nail, and if there were another option, I'd go for it. I wish there were. So, all right.
Guys, please. Thank you, Rob. Continue.
You know what? I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Mike?
Dana, I just have a question. I'm looking at what we're voting on, and we have pulled out of capital reserves $810,000 for a courtyard renovation. Is there a reason why we can't defer that till next year?
Well, yeah, we're not really, that's money that's in our capital account, first of all. So the money that's in a capital account, you can't use for the operating budget. So regardless, that's not going to help. But when we show those projects in capital reserve, that's for any project we anticipate doing in the next year. So we're actually not moving forward with phase 2 of the courtyard right now or phase 2 of HVAC. But in case in the next year we want to, and we want to go out to bid for any of those projects again, then we have to include it in this year's budget or we don't have the opportunity to do that. So that's really in there as a procedural way for us to use capital reserve money in the next year. Capital reserve money, unfortunately, cannot be used for the operating budget, and this is all operating budget expenditures that we're talking about.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Kristen?
Yeah, I actually have a couple of questions. Dana, several community members spoke about fundraising and figuring out how we could split costs. Can you speak to if the district can accept such offers, and if so, what kind of restrictions are associated with that?
So fundraising obviously wouldn't impact the budget that you have to adopt tonight, because obviously nobody's going to fundraise hundreds of thousands of dollars in the next 10 minutes. The board has a policy on donations. You accept all donations. Typically, donations for staff are a little more difficult. First of all, they're expensive. They have to be ongoing, so that you can have, and the money would have to be there every year before May 15th. We're required to give staff notice if they don't have a position by May 15th, so people would have to fundraise every year and give us that money by May 15th. And you'd also have, as a board, have to look at equity, because if you were going to allow PTOs to start fundraising for positions, that would create inequities in your schools. So that would just be something you would have to think about. So typically, we have not accepted donations, nor do most districts, for staffing.
Okay. I asked because I actually had similar questions. Just so all of you know, I don't know, Dr. Gonzalez might not like me after this process, because I have emailed and phone called and conferenced many hours, and I wanted everybody to understand that. And then another question is, can we speak to why Westfield is choosing to create the civics courses versus incorporating it into our curriculum in other places?
So the legislation says that the districts need to incorporate a half year of civics as a course of study. So that's the reason why we are choosing to.
So just to be clear, the mandate is requiring it to be an actual course?
Per the wording in the mandate, it says as a course of study. That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. And last question. Last question is, it's my understanding that the final decisions on reassignment and total number of positions ultimately remains in flux until we have our final enrollment numbers and our retirement announcements. Is that correct? Or no? You want me to repeat it?
Yeah, so
Okay.
no. So yes, there are decisions that have to be made by May 15th statutorily in order to identify what teachers will be rehired for the following year. The ultimate assignments may vary according to any changes in enrollment or retirements or resignations that occur over the course of the next several weeks or months. Generally, we know where we're going to land, but there's certainly opportunities for slight revisions. But for the most part, we should know most of our final destinations by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One other question, Dr. Gonzalez, really. You know, we've heard a lot of comments this evening that we're targeting the arts programs, and there hasn't been the cut in sports and other areas within the district. And when you look at the staff reductions, you do see that. And I guess what was the thought process that went in as far as reduction within either coaches or sports or other areas of the district to try to determine who to cut?
Sure. So I referred directly to the three priorities that we've addressed: maintaining extracurricular activities and programs. So there were no stipends cut by the VPA standards or no stipends cut for the athletic standards. So there was no difference in those changes. In terms of staffing, that's a different story, and that again was based upon enrollment in courses. But in terms of the opportunities for extracurricular offerings, those remain in the budget intact.
And just to follow up, one follow-up, because I've been asked a number of times. What about superintendents and the administrative staff? I mean, we mentioned secretaries, but are there people within the district who aren't actually in the classroom?
Were they considered? Is that the question? Yes.
Right,
yes.
were they considered,
Okay.
and I guess are there no, or maybe you can explain our structure so that people can better understand and how we're set up and why we can't cut in that area?
Sure. Once again, everyone was on the table in the beginning of the process. And in order to identify our ability to continue to operate, these cuts were made with that in mind. So given that we do have administrators in the district, without a doubt, they were considered, but also given the expectations and responsibilities associated with the administrative tasks of the school district, we believe that it was necessary to maintain the current staffing levels. So that's the reason why the maintenance of the administrative lines remain intact, but it does not mean that they were not considered. If we were looking at much greater, and if we continue to look at much greater cuts, there's no question that we would continue to expand those decisions as we'd need to.
Dr. Gonzalez, if I could just add on to that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
When it comes to stipends for any extracurricular activity, be it sports, theater, Model UN, you name it, if you eliminate a stipend, you've eliminated a program. If a stipend's eliminated, the program is eliminated. And the goal, as Dr. Gonzalez stated, was to not eliminate program. Class size might go up in certain areas, but the course is still offered. The program's still offered. As long as there's a teacher for that classroom, then the course can happen. Same thing with a coaching position, or an extracurricular, unless people are volunteering. But it would take 10 to 12, or as many as 15, depending on the stipends, to replace one full-time equivalent teacher. So, I mean, eliminate 15 programs, or class size goes up a little bit in one area,
Brendan,
unfortunately.
can I just interrupt you for 1 second? I understand that this is a very controversial and upsetting evening. You know, we're here also as parents, and we all have kids that are in the arts and musics. My daughters do both art and music in high school and middle school. We sat through 3 hours without interrupting, and it would be very representative of our community if you let us speak as a board and discuss it. There is another public session where, if you want to speak about what Mr. Galligan is saying right now, feel free. But the interruptions are disrespectful, I think.
Thank you, Mary. No. Layla?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Kristen said. I have also done my due diligence and made a lot, and Dr. Gonzalez and I have spent a lot of time together the past few weeks with my incessant questions, because I wanted to, every question that was posed to me from a constituent, or any question that I had as a theater parent or a choir parent or a middle school or high school parent, I wanted to ask, and I didn't want to necessarily have to ask all of them here. Many of them were brought up and raised. Also, I asked the questions, I got the answers. If I didn't like them, I pushed back. That's the job. I think we did a good job in hiring, because I think that our job is to make sure that you're doing your job. And I think that it was imperative that Kristen and I stalk you, because we needed to know that you had asked all the questions, that you had tried all the different scenarios, all of those different, all of those questions that we had. I'm not saying I agree with all the answers, but I got answers. My ask would be, and I'm publicly saying this, is that since this cut appears so arts heavy, that when the time comes where there is time to put back, that these are the positions that are put back. And that would be my first ask, and my second ask would be piggybacking off of Kristen, is that if there's a way to get funding for a year until we can go out to to vote instead of the tax levy, if we are moving towards that in this district, where we can ask for all that we want and all that we need that we're lacking, which is not just in the arts department, which is across the board, and a sin for what we pay in taxes, also being from Brooklyn. And that's, if we're going to move forward as a district and go out and ask to increase taxes. We're going to have the community behind us saying that it's needed and that this is going to pass. And I mean, clearly we have a community who values education and it values the arts. But in the interim, getting us to there, if there are fundraising or stipends or something that can feed a year's worth of salary to a Mr. DeFabio or a Mrs. Francis or a Mr. Norcus, whatever, that we consider that as well. So those are my asks.
So the most memorable part of tonight was listening to our students. You are remarkable human beings, and you're going to be even more remarkable leaders. You give me hope for our future, and I'm so proud that you're a product of Westfield. And it certainly makes me never regret having moved here 5 years ago and selected Westfield. We need $2.3 million. We're at the end of the month. We've got more costs than income, or more bills than income. And your peers in Milburn, the community spends $14 million. They spent $14 million more this year on their students in the school district. Your peers at Summit, that community spent $11 million more on their school district, or invested $11 million. The average school district invested $10 million more this year, in 1 year, on their students. We are not average, right? We're excellent. So we can do better. I really appreciated the comments by the seniors who were looking forward and saying, what about my siblings? What about the people that are coming behind me? And that's what we need to be focused on. We got to keep our eye on the prize, right? Our eye on the ball, which is the future. This is a horrible year, but it can be temporary, and it doesn't have to be our destiny. It doesn't have to be our fate. So I do hope that, I mean, I'm thrilled to have all these parents here, because we've been struggling with this since the very first meeting that we discovered on February 8th that we had a budget deficit that was larger than this when we first got the numbers. Thank God we were able to bring it down. Ms. Sullivan's a miracle worker. And we got very fortunate with our health insurance numbers. But we've been struggling with this, and we've had our own sleepless nights thinking, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We can't let this happen again. There's a structural problem, unfortunately, which we've explained. It's a structural problem. I have kids in band. I love our band teachers. I loved Mamma Mia. It was amazing. I came back thinking, oh my God, this is such a fabulous program. All of us have kids in the program. So I just want to end by saying we need your help. We really want to work with you. We're not the enemy. We don't want to make these cuts. But at the same time, you can't employ people if you can't pay their salaries, if you don't have the money to pay their salaries. And if we can make this temporary, then we can follow what, Ms. Morelli said and what many of us feel, which is, of course, the arts are a priority. There's no doubt about that. I hope you guys don't come away questioning that at all. The question is, we have a problem, we need a solution. So this doesn't have to be our destiny. We want to fix the problem. We have a 10-year in the making problem, a decade in the making problem. I'm sad that this is the day you guys have discovered this. I discovered it last year, and it was a shock. But these are structural issues. So anyway, I want to thank you all for coming. I've learned a tremendous amount, and I just want to say that I'm so proud of this community. I'm particularly proud of the students.
Are we, just procedurally, are we doing the budget vote and then the rest of finance, or all together?
No, you moved them all together, so.
All right. So then, Amy, do you want to call out the donations?
Yes, sorry, I was be remiss. I hate to follow this up, but we do value community support. Item number 13 is to accept the donations in the following amounts. From the Westfield Coalition for the Arts, who are stalwart supporters, $3,709.71. There I go reading numbers again. To purchase 6 art tables for the classroom of Edison Intermediate School art teacher Dan Black. From the Westfield Soccer Association, $33,550, as Michael referred in his facilities report, for renovations to the Elm Street Field. In return, the Westfield Soccer Association will have priority scheduling after the Board of Education. The board will communicate with the Soccer Association regularly about field usage. And finally, Lincoln School's PTO is donating $915 to assist with the Lincoln School Playground Fence Beautification Project.
Thank you, Amy.
All right. I think if there are no further comments, we can vote on the finance agenda.
Sahar
Items-
Aziz,
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
No.
Brendan Ga- Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Layla Morelli,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes.
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens.
Yes.
And now I ask the board to take from the table the personnel agenda that we tabled a couple minutes ago. Do you need a second for that?
I don't know.
Thank you, Amy.
Wait, I'm sorry, did
To
you?
remove it?
Amy, you seconded?
I'm second the removing from tabling, yes.
Well, no, I think you're actually moving to approve it now.
Yeah.
Excellent, then I will
Now,
second.
and you're seconding,
Second the
right?
motion to
Okay.
approve the personnel agenda
Okay.
then, okay.
You ready to vote?
Any questions or comments on that? All right.
Sahar Aziz,
With a very deep and heavy heart, yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes, but no to number 7.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes, with a reluctant yes on 7.
Layla Morelli,
No.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root,
Yes,
Kristen Sonic Schmeltz,
Yes.
Mary Wickens.
Yes.
Thank you. I ask the board to approve policy items 1, 2, and 3. Have a second? Thank you, Sonal. This is to approve for first reading 24 policies. I will save you guys from reading off the list this time. For first reading, 15 policies for second reading, and abolishing 9 policies for second reading, as attached to the agenda. Any questions or comments? Ray?
Can you provide the thought process on 0161 in regard to changing the frequency of the Board of Ed meetings?
Absolutely, that's an easy one. Our policy, as we realign to Strauss-Esme as part of our policy audit, Strauss-Esme recommends that we use the state statute language, and the state statute language is explicitly a minimum of once every 2 months. There's no way this district could function with a board meeting once every 2 months, but it does give us the flexibility should something arise. But realistically, we meet twice a month because business has to happen, checks have to get paid, our employees have to get paid. We do give the business office limited power to pay bills between board meetings, but that couldn't function long-term. So all we're doing is realigning to the language of the state statute from 1967, and we have no intent on changing our practice. It's explicitly a minimum, but not a best practice, nor what we would intend to ever do.
right. Although
Thank you.
Brendan, practically speaking, hasn't the board typically not met in the month of July?
That's correct.
So
Right,
this-
so we have meetings in June, we
Yes.
have meetings in August.
Okay.
But in
Typically-
order to make it clear that we have July off,
Right.
saying meeting once every 2 months puts that into policy.
Correct.
Yep, thank you, Amy, for that clarification. So any other, Mike, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions on policies? Dana?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan?
Yes.
Layla Morelli?
Yes.
Sonal Patel?
Yes.
Amy Root?
Yes?
Kristen Sonic-Schmelz?
Yes.
Mary Wickens?
Yes.
Thank you. Amy, back to you for SIP.
Okay. I would like the board to consider curriculum items 1 through 3, please. Could I have a second? Thank you, Layla. Again, as I outlined in the board report earlier, item number 1 is to approve for first reading revised curricula for the interdisciplinary course Women's Studies, the one-semester elective at the high school, and the 2 revised curricula for gifted studies at the elementary school, independent study and research methods, which are both grade 5. Item number 2 is to approve district field trips for the rest of this year, which include various and sundry trips, including Westfield High School Wind Ensemble members competing at the annual New Jersey State Band Gala, and the Westfield High School Treble Chorus and Concert Choir members performing at the American Choral Directors Association Festival. So, great trips. I'm glad we can continue them. Any questions? No? Let's vote.
Sahar Aziz?
Yes.
Rob Bonaccio?
Yes.
Mike Phelan?
Yes.
Brendan Galligan?
Yes.
Layla Morelli?
Yes.
Sonal Patel?
Yes.
Amy Root?
Yes?
Kristen Sonic-Schmelz?
Yes.
Mary Wickens?
Yes.
Thank you, Amy. I ask the board to note the notes for the record. Any unfinished business? Any new business? Mike, are you signaling?
I just want to make a comment before the public speaks.
Okay. Any liaison reports? Amy?
Sorry. What?
Do you want the liaison reports today, or do you want us to save them for next week?
Oh, that's right. Oh, we could save it till next week.
Yeah,
That's fine.
if there's nothing important or no events going on over the next week,
Yeah, it can wait a
we'll,
week.
we'll save them till the next meeting. All right. Mike, you wanted to make a comment?
Sure. Just want to explain why I voted the way I did. It's not that I don't agree that we need to cut the budget. I do agree that it needs to be done. My concern is, because I've seen it in the corporate environment, where if we have very strong people in very strong positions, yes, we can let them go, but trying to get them back, and I see it right now in my own organization, trying to get them back or getting back the same quality level of people is extremely difficult. And I would have looked across the board in other areas. I'm not saying we shouldn't cut in arts in some way, but I felt it just should have been spread out. Thank you.
All right. With that, I'll reopen public comment. During this portion of the meeting, members of the public are invited to address the Board of Education on any topic. The board requests that individuals state their name and address for the record and asks that all remarks be directed to the board president or designee and not to individual board members or staff. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals in speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey, and the board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for comments made by members of the public. If a matter concerning a district staff member is of interest or concern to a resident, the matter should be referred to the responsible building principal, the superintendent of schools, or the Board of Education, either by telephone, letter, or email. Although the board may not respond to items raised during this public forum, all public comments will be considered. Please note that if a member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from the meeting or adjournment of the meeting. Again, each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration, and I ask you to line up to the podium if you wish to speak.
It's not on. It's on now? Okay. Kyle George, Short Hills Court. Milburn is ranked 418th nationally. Westfield fell to 1152. They don't spend 3 times Westfield, yet they have 3 times the performance. It's not just about the money. As I mentioned earlier, the district has prioritized a DEI audit. That audit is being conducted by Hanover Research, an outside contractor. On behalf of the district, they gave a survey to parents and some students. The survey contained questions related to student social and health issues like gender identity. This was all paid for with federal ESSER funds. That makes it subject to federal guidelines under PPRA and also Title VI. I took the parent version of the Hanover survey, and it was very clear what the survey was designed to do. It was not designed to garner real opinions. It was designed to support a foregone conclusion. Students in grade 6 and older were given the survey. Here's the thing, though. At the beginning of the year, parents are asked by the district if they want surveys administered to their children. I've heard from multiple parents that this opt-out was not respected. In some instances, teachers told students that their parents didn't want them to take the surveys, yet they gave them the survey anyway. This undermines confidence in opt-outs and respect for parental rights. District administrators keep telling us that we can opt out of next year's K-5 extremely controversial gender theory and sex ed that has made national news. How are we supposed to trust you to respect our parental rights for that if you can't even get the survey opt-out right? How are we supposed to have confidence that opt-outs provided by BOE policy or law will be respected? And here we are nearing the end of the school year, and the only sample curriculum is the one that was linked from an earlier BOE presentation this year, yet nothing concrete from this administration or board. To make matters worse, A4454 and comprehensive health intersect by the state's own admission and design. It's confusing what a parent will even be able to opt their child out of, and I'm sure it's even more confusing to the teachers who will be stuck in the middle. Add to that the constant wordsmithing about curriculum versus lesson plan versus resource material versus textbook versus pedagogy, and everyone's heads are left spinning. Maybe that's by design. Everyone involved in a position of authority is just pointing fingers at each other. The governor points at the boards of education and says, just guidelines. The NJEA has the gall to call concerned parents political bad actors. The BOEs point at the superintendents and say, we just vote on stuff. And the superintendents point at the governor and legislature and say, it's a mandate. Will a responsible person please stand up? This new curriculum isn't even necessary. It's not solving a problem we actually have. It's just creating division. In engineering, we often ask ourselves, what problem are we trying to solve? And then, is it really a problem, and should we solve it? I assert that this curriculum isn't solving a problem we have, and that these topics for children under 10 are a parent's responsibility. Please, level set yourselves and stop pointing fingers and deflecting responsibility. We just want moderation and reasonable people in education focused on rigorous academics and preparing productive United States citizens. Thanks.
Hi, Lori LaMonica, 435 Topping Hill Road. Again, just want to reiterate, you mentioned earlier that there would be no cuts to extracurricular programs. That's obviously not true. With Ms. Francis gone from the high school, you have eliminated Blue Devil Treble and extracurricular program. With Ms. Francis gone, it will severely impact the opportunity for students to be able to participate in regional and all-state choirs, which are also other extracurricular opportunities. It is insane to think that one choir teacher can teach a class and work with individual students to help them prepare for these prestigious choirs. Our children are going to miss out on that. Make no mistake. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Jarecki. I live at 9 Burrington Gorge. I have a daughter that's a junior, and I just wanted to express how very disappointed I am. This year, anyone asks, how's Bella doing at school this year? And I said, you know what? We are so lucky to live in this town. She has 2 periods of chorus where she gets to sing, and she has these 2 amazing teachers, and she's learning opera at school. Can you believe it? We've felt so incredibly lucky, and in losing Mrs. Francis as a co-teacher is so detrimental to this program of excellence. I think you heard Kayla speak earlier about this. So many schools that these children have gotten into, the programs where thousands of kids around the country have applied, 12 get in, a lot of them from Westfield, because this program is so excellent. You are going to have a problem on your hands now because you've taken away from this program and you're going to have to fix it. And I look forward to coming to the next meeting. I have a daughter in college. I've lived in this town for many years. I've never come to this because there's never been anything so upsetting to me. But now, now I'm going to have to start coming. So you'll see my face, and we're going to have to fix this problem because you have taken away from an excellent program, and you're going to need to fix it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Bond. I live at 737 First Street in Westfield, and I am here also to talk about the survey. So as I told you earlier, I do have 4 kids in the school district, 3 of whom were administered the survey. Yet every year since my oldest daughter was in 6th grade, I've opted out for surveys. And I know this is not the first instance where she's been given a survey, but it is the most clarity I have because she is a sophomore. And my other 2 are in middle school, so they actually communicate a little bit better with me than they did before. So my comment is that out of the classroom for one of my daughters, so the 3 were given the surveys, and only in one classroom was one of my children told that she was restricted from surveys. And yet she was still told how important the survey was, that it was voluntary, and so the other child in that classroom who also had that same restriction took the survey. I'm thankful my daughter didn't, and she listened to my preference, but that should have been on you. And I'm really frustrated that you don't respect parental rights when you ask the question, when there's a guideline. Why were they even given the survey in the first place? So my comment really is that my trust in all 3 schools and in the school board in directing has really been shaken. And when we come to sensitive topics like the new curriculum that's coming, I don't trust that your opt-out is going to be what you say it is. And I would like you to find a way to confirm with us parents that it truly is an opt-out, because you can't do an oops with this kind of a curriculum. Maybe you can make an oops with a survey, maybe you can make an oops with other things, but you can't unlearn something as sensitive as this. So please be respectful to the parents.
Hi, Mona Nikolai, 124 Marlborough Street. You guys were talking about, increased enrollment, maybe. It seems to me that you didn't hear that there is a 160 drop, in the standing of high school. How do you think enrollment is going to be next year? And we were talking about money and the way you spend the money. I think that you are minimizing the fact that you are spending the money on diversity, equity, and inclusion audit, and surveys that ask questions about their sexual identity, about their sexual behavior and attitudes. This is what you're doing with our money. It used to be parents' job to talk to kids about friends, dating. Not anymore. It's school jobs. I looked at the standards and guidelines provided by New Jersey Department of Education and the material that Mr. Pinheiro provided us, and I felt very alarmed. I wonder, why is there a need to change the sexual education curriculum? Why now? I'm a psychiatrist and a psychoanalyst. I'm concerned about what I'm seeing. Do you remember that the kids were locked down for 1.5 years? They couldn't see their friends and the teachers' faces. Everybody used to wear a mask. Now, when things are a little bit closer to normal, you are asking them, you're curious about their sexual identity, sexual orientation. Why now? I wonder, why now? They've been told, take vaccines, otherwise you're going to die. Don't have play dates, you're going to kill your grandmother. Now, things are a little bit better, and you want to change, the sexual curriculum. Why now?
30 seconds.
You see, when it comes to one person, this is called grooming. You traumatize a child, and after that you expose it to, very, very open sexual, indoctrination. When it is done at the level of the society, This is called social engineering.
Thank you.
This is what you're doing.
Hi, Jill Vogel. I live on Baker Avenue. I do not co-parent with the government, and I do not co-parent with any of you. My husband and I had children, and we are raising those children with our morals and our values, not yours. It's not your place to teach them about sex education or DEI. It doesn't matter if you agree with how we're raising our children. They're our children, and we're stepping up and we're taking back their education. I want to give an example of some of the things that have occurred in the Westfield school system in the last 2 years that I don't agree with. Everybody's probably heard about the Our Skin, a first conversation about race that was shared with the kindergarten. Here's a line from the book. It said, way before you were born, a group of white people made up an idea called race. This board approved that book in a quiet group that nobody knows the members of to be used in Lincoln moving forward. Parents were told that they would be able to opt out, and they have not been allowed to opt out. That goes across the board for every book and every topic that we have tried to opt our children out, including sex education and multiple other topics. There was a book called An ABC of Equality that was included in a 4th grade lesson at Tamaqua School last year. T is for transgender. You know best who you are. Sometimes the sex given by the doctor at birth might not fit who the person is. A male baby may have been assigned the boy category, but their gender is that of a girl, or perhaps no gender assignment at all. We all know that there was an incident at Jefferson School recently with an art teacher in the 4th grade, maybe more grades, I'm not exactly sure. She was showing gender identity videos and talking about really extreme things like 20% of the class was going to have gender issues by the time they were certain ages and whatnot. We don't have specifics on this. You haven't made any public announcement about it. Publicly at these meetings, the Board of Ed has said that parents can't opt out of books and topics. Parents have tried to do that over the last 2 years, and we haven't had any success. And our children are still being exposed to topics and subjects that we don't approve of. I also want to inform everybody that there's a Westfield Transgender Pupils Policy, 5756, and it states, the school district shall accept a pupil's asserted gender identity. Parental consent is not required. All pupils are entitled to have access to restrooms, locker rooms, and changing facilities in accordance with their gender identity. This policy was adopted on March 10th, 2020, right as the world was locking down. I highly doubt that parents are aware that this policy is in effect in the school. We need parents, grandparents, residents, everybody to step up and start fighting for the kids in this district and protecting them from inappropriate topics and curriculums, I'm almost done, that their parents don't approve of. We just saw a whole bunch of students and parents get up and plead to you. They were all crying in the background, and we had one vote no against the budget. One.
Vogel, thank you. Your time is up.
It's disrespectful to the residents that you serve.
So is also talking about something other than the budget, maybe?
No, this is open comment. Yeah.
My name is Philip Rizzo. I'm a Harding Township resident. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm running for office here to represent the constituents that live here in Westfield. And many of the parents of the school district asked me to come here tonight. This is my first time at a board meeting, and I listened from the hallway. And I wish, I know, it's getting late, whatever, but I wish there were more students here at this point, because I wanted to commend them. I've been to school board meetings throughout the state, and I've never seen more student involvement than what I experienced tonight. And I heard them beg with you, and I heard them plead with you, and I heard them pour out their hearts with you simply to be ignored. And it's an interesting... It's an interesting education that they got tonight, and a few things that I believe that they learned is, number one, elections have consequences. And people are sitting at this table, and your elected officials that have now voted to take certain resources away from them in the form of teachers. And there was some numbers flying around, but approximately 20 teachers being let go in 1 year. Is anybody watching the budget like on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis? To walk into a meeting and have to terminate that level of teacher resource in one vote just lets me know nobody here has concept of money or managing a budget, with the exception of one person. The students clapped. It was a standing ovation as some votes were cast. They're well aware of who voted, and I'm so glad that many of them are seniors in 18, and they're all going to be voting in the upcoming Board of Elections for school board. And so I just find it very callous that you guys would make the decisions that you've made tonight to misuse funds. You guys are the ones that vote on the budget every single year. You guys are the ones that vote on the budget. So to now claim that it's so unfortunate, it's unfortunate that your previous votes on the budget have led to tonight. And so my heart breaks for these students. I was not a arts person. I played sports. If my freshman year or sophomore year or junior year of high school, they canceled the football program, I'll be honest with you, that would emotionally impact me today. And so I just find that it was very callous that these kids were here crying and pouring out their hearts the way that they did, and nobody was listening. And so I'm just a concerned citizen, and I hope you guys reconsider what is coming with this new curriculum and the money you're going to be spending on that. If any of you run a business, you're not doing a good job with your budget. And if any of you run a business, you know if the videos that were shown on the curriculum that's coming out, if that was shown in your business, it would be sexual harassment.
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow. The first question I'd like to pose to the Board of Ed and Dr. Gonzalez is, when a parent sends an official opt-out request for all surveys pertaining to a list of subjects including gender and sexuality, and their child is given a survey that violates that confirmed opt-out request, what is the recourse for the family? Another parent had discussed this. I appreciate Dr. Pinero reaching out the other day to discuss this with my husband and I, but there was no real solution offered. Per my email to the board, this seems like a policy issue the board should consider, since opting out is a parent's legal right. With all the hoopla in the last few months, I assume the district doesn't want to be the next Cedar Grove. So I'm hopeful this situation will be remedied with an official policy in the near future. And speaking of hoopla, let's talk about the sex ed curriculum debacle. We've all heard the radically inappropriate New Jersey state standards that were approved in 2020 when no one was looking. These standards have now been walked back by those who approved them at the state level, and the New Jersey State Board of Ed seems to have removed themselves from all responsibilities since the spotlight in New Jersey was shown nationally. Dr. G, in all of your public statements that you've made, you've said that the Westfield curriculum, when written, will adhere to the New Jersey state standards. I understand that the new Westfield curriculum will be out at the end of this school year. If parents, after reviewing this new curriculum, still object to its contents, are you willing to push back against the state to serve the interests of our community and protect our children? One district announced yesterday that they'll provide their new sex ed lessons in one day at the end of school. Would you consider doing something like that, or some sort of negotiation to satisfy the state requirements but also the parents? Also on the topic of sex ed, I'd like to know if the district is considering writing a policy to deal with disciplinary action for teachers who teach inappropriate topics outside of their designated curriculum to students. At this point, we've all heard about the situation at Jefferson, although, again, there's been no public statement. There was a similar situation in Kenneland and with the 7th grade social studies class. How are the parents to trust that their children are going to be taught what they should be taught? I realize this may apply to only a handful of rogue teachers, but once a child hears something inappropriate, they cannot unhear it. What is the district going to do to ensure that our students are protected?
Thank you.
Christine Binder, 404 West Dudley Ave. Good evening and thank you for your time tonight. I am here to voice my concerns about the New Jersey sex ed curriculum that the state is mandating our schools to teach in the fall. Let me please start by saying that having concerns with this curriculum has absolutely nothing to do with not respecting people's individual lifestyle choices or political differences, but rather has to do with being concerned by some of the content that is on the state website, and it being inappropriate for both the younger and older students. I have spoken with friends and family whose opinions I value and respect, and some who are part of the LGBTQ community, and they too have concerns about some of the content in this curriculum. I also have a list here in front of me with the names of Democratic legislators who are also opposed to these state standards. So this rhetoric that anyone opposed to this curriculum isn't supportive of people's differences is nothing more than a desperate attempt to try to shame and bully those who have the courage to speak up. This is a bipartisan issue for people from all walks of life, so making a false allegation such as this is inaccurate, unfair, and divisive, and it needs to stop. Should students be taught to respect and support their peers' differences? Of course they should. However, that does not give the state of New Jersey, school boards, educators, or any adult the right to teach and talk to our children about sex without parental approval or any other topics that parents want to have with their own children at an age that they feel their child is emotionally ready to have. Just some of the contents that are on the state website tell children that it's okay for them to watch porn, that masturbating several times a day is normal, and that puberty blockers are completely safe to take without mentioning the negative, long, and quite often permanent effects that these things can have on their lives permanently. Don't believe me? Rather than forming your opinions by what you hear or see on social media and town pages, I encourage every person, parent, and educator to do their due diligence by actually delving into these lessons, materials, and resources themselves, as well as looking up some of the messaging and ideologies that the organizations who funded and created these lessons stand for. It's appalling. Having discussions pertaining to sex with children at too early an age is over-sexualizing them, damaging, and can have long life negative effects, and we should not be robbing our children of their childhood. It is wrong to be taking advantage of their vulnerability and innocence by having premature discussions about such topics. There can be serious ramifications by having these conversations at too young an age and when each individual child is ready to have them. And I will say this, conversations like these vary not only according to a child's age, but to their maturity level, culture, religious beliefs, special needs, and emotional readiness. And this diversity needs also to be taken into account as well.
Good evening. Dominique Venezia, 118 Wyoming Street. I must simply say that disapproval to this sex and health curriculum is not rooted in bigotry, discrimination, or lack of respect toward anyone in the LGBTQ+ community. Rather, it affirms the absolute lack of common sense that we would be teaching such inappropriate content to children that do not have the maturity nor the intellectual capacity to understand and process this content in a healthy way. Statistically, 99% plus of the population does not identify with gender dysphoria, while 0.6% of adults have it and deserve empathy, acceptance, and respect. This does not justify incorporating the content into the curriculum and causing confusion in 99% of children that do not have this condition. Such sensitive and complex subject matter, particularly sexually explicit content, should be the responsibility of parents educating their own children as it has been done for decades. How did we get here? The curriculum seemingly appeared out of nowhere, adopted by NJ Department of Education in June of 2020, when this state was in the midst of a pandemic lockdown, school closures, and children learning remotely. I believe this to be an opportunistic moment for activists and advocacy groups like Sex Ed for Social Change Advocates for Youth, and Answer at Rutgers U to infuse sexual education into New Jersey DOE. Each of these 501c3 groups have all garnered huge financial contributions from donors such as International Planned Parenthood Fund, the Westfield Foundation, and Rutgers University, among other organizations. After the pandemic, mostly all students were affected socially, emotionally, and with a great deal of academic learning loss. Why would we choose to put extra time, increased funding, teacher training, support, and school resources towards sexual education programming after this district's most recent budget cuts, staff layoffs, and depleted funding for academic content areas and successful programs like the art, music, and theater? It is the obligation of Governor Murphy, our legislators, and state, local board of education associations to prioritize funding for what our students need most in their education. This social experiment on our children must not be allowed in Westfield schools.
Hi, Margaret Smith again, President of the Coalition for the Arts. I've been involved in the coalition, 913 Mountain View Circle. I've been involved in the coalition for 14 years, so I worked alongside Linda King for a long time, and I've spent a lot of time talking to her over the last couple of years since she left, and a lot of time in the last couple of weeks. So just in the spirit of like trying to work together and getting these arts advocate groups together, a question I have that you can answer whenever, another time, but can the Coalition for the Arts fund stipends? So if we could get DeFabio to be a contractor, could we fund part of that? Or could we fund an extra stipend to cover part of his benefits or whatever, like the health insurance? Because I know that's a questionable part for him. Or could we fund other stipends for other programs, like for Blue Devil Treble? I believe she does that as a volunteer position. Maybe she wants to get paid now or whatever. Anyways, can we fund stipends? I know we can't fund like salary positions. As far as the civics and the theater manager positions, I had talks with Linda King, and I just wanted to throw this out there. I could be completely wrong, but this is what she said. As far as civics goes, when public speaking was added into the curriculum, however many years ago that was, instead of getting rid of sections of art, what Linda King did was they pulled kids out once a week from art class and had them go to public speaking. So instead of removing a whole marking period of art, kids would get pulled out one day a week throughout the whole year. So was that thought of as an option for civics? Instead of hiring 2 new teachers and removing kids, like, did you think of doing it that way? And then the theater manager position, I just wanted to restate what Linda King told me the other day, that it used to be a contracted position years ago, and the reason they really pushed to go from a contractor, someone said this earlier, to in-house was because they'd have these different contractors come in or different people from the company that they contracted it to, and things were breaking. Or they'd get left in a mess. All the cords would be like a big spaghetti pile of cords, and then you'd come into school on Monday and they'd try to do something in the theater and everything was a mess, or something was broken, or things weren't put away the right way. And she said the amount of money the VPA was spending on fixing things or replacing things ended up being so much more than having somebody in-house. And then also with having somebody in-house, they did create that connection with the students, and we're training them and, you know, those other benefits.
Thank you.
So anyways, just wanted to say those things. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm Tim Eaton at 762 Knollwood Terrace. I wanted to talk again about the Edison Field project and not taking the risk. Last month, there were 2 letters in the Westfield Leader discussing the chemicals and carcinogens contained in artificial turf and filler, linked to cancer, nervous system disorders, immune disorders, endocrine disruptors, etc., etc. Though there is currently no absolute proof of all these health issues, the articles go on to say we shouldn't wait for absolute proof. The use of artificial turf should be banned now. Look what happened with smoking and waiting for absolute proof. I totally agree that artificial turf should be banned now. Why take the risk when there are alternatives by using safe, natural grass fields? Also, concerning the other issue of tower lights, this will be very disruptive to nearby neighborhoods with safety, traffic, and quality of life concerns. Natural grass, hiring professional field managers, and increasing the number of locations is the solution for increased field capacity and for preserving the safety and quality of life in our neighborhoods. Please consider these concerns that have been raised over the last 9 months, and I'm raising here tonight, and in these recent letters to the Westfield leader. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Ash Nangia, 526 Hillcrest Avenue. So, want to discuss a little bit about this sex ed program that's upcoming. Has anybody here even looked into what this group is, Advocates for Youth? You know, when I looked at the documents on that Dropbox link, it was pretty shocking. And I really wonder if any of you have really looked into what you could possibly be endorsing by taking from these groups and taking from these ideas that these people put forth. If you take a look at the 501c3 filing of Advocates for Youth, which I could bet that none of you have, if you take a look at what they list as part of what they do, it's called youth empowerment. They advocate and train thousands of youth activists each year to serve as advocates and leaders in the progressive movement. Advocates help these emerging leaders to shift cultural narratives and improve policy and practice at the local and state levels, centering the health and rights of youth from marginalized communities. But really, like, if I was to come up here and say, let's get the sex ed program from the Heritage Foundation or from PragerU, you would all tell me that's political. We can't do that. That's to the right. We don't want to get the information from there. But why are you then possibly considering, and I know you haven't, but I hope that you will pay attention to groups like this that are pushing progressive narratives. Their own 501c statements say that. I am not sending my child to you to become a progressive activist, or any activist for that matter. I'm sending him to you to get educated in the important subjects in life that are going to make a difference for him. If he wants to become an activist at a later time, that's his business. But that's not your business, and your job is certainly not to train him as a progressive activist. And if you look further into what this group is, Advocates for Youth, they're the group that runs Amaze videos. Have any of you gone onto YouTube and taken a look at that? Because I went there, and I went there today. And when I clicked on YouTube and put in Amaze, what comes up, I'm not going to let my son look at it at home, nonetheless in school. And you know me, I like to put it out there because a lot of the times you guys seem to hide things. You know, oh, Advocates for Youth, it sounds great, but let's talk about what are these videos about? How many times can I masturbate in one day? When I put on the video, there's like an animation of a 10-year-old masturbating, moaning, and then he says, "I'm coming." That's fantastic. Is it normal to watch porn? Shows a video of a magnifying glass over a man's penis with "Who's your daddy" written on the wall. There's another one, "Can anyone get an erection?" A girl's clitoris and nipples get hard like a boner. This is asinine, and here's what I love most, since I don't have any more time. This was a real funny video that they post right there at the end. Why are my parents so annoying? Really? So I hope that you guys really look into this stuff, take it into account, and try to do something that makes sense instead of making me come up here every single time to complain about these stupid things that should not be going on. Thank you.
Hi, it's late. I'll be quick. Valerie Seawald. I live on Shadowlawn Drive in Westfield. I'm here to share my concerns on two things. Just briefly, I also request no surveys for my children. I did have my children given surveys and softly pressured to take them. I understand what the other parents said about the loss of trust. I've checked that box for a reason, and I'd like that to be honored. Secondly, I'm here to share my grave concerns for the sex ed curriculum. I spent some time reading through these. I'm kind of appalled at what's being considered. The classroom is not any place for soft porn for any age, not just even at the younger ages. I'm not really sure who this new gender sex ed program is serving. And just to share some science, the prefrontal cortex of the brain that's responsible for things such as complex planning, decision-making, impulse control, and personality development, it's not really fully developed until age 25. So how can a child fully comprehend some of these topics when we're even considering first grade, second grade, even in the high school? It's difficult. There's so much talk about mental health for our students. I've spoken to professionals that say they really feel we're at the tip of the iceberg for what we're going to be seeing from what's happened in the past few years. I really feel this curriculum is going to cause a lot more issues that our educators actually are not going to be prepared to deal with. These topics should be taught by parents and not in the classroom. Thank you.
Good night, I'm Cecilia St. Dennis, 656 Willow Grove Road. I want to say that tonight, after these 5 hours almost, I leave sad and upset. This afternoon I was with a friend from North Plainfield, and I said, I have to go because I'm going to the Board of Education meeting. It's the first time I go. She's like, oh yeah, I heard that it's a mess in Westfield, that they have budget issues and they're cutting so many teachers. And tonight I'm seeing you consolidated that image, and I'm worried and I'm sad about the image of the Westfield School District. And I'm also sad because the message my kid received tonight is that despite all the effort that her and her friends, all in the arts, have put to show you how detrimental it's going to be for them, the message you send them is that they were not listened. It is what it is, and that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lucy St. Dennis, and my address is 656 Willow Grove Road. I'm also going to talk about the budget cuts really quickly, as clearly many have left, but I wanted to leave you with something to think about, as many of us are leaving with really bad tastes in our mouths. You had so many students here tonight, and it's past 11 p.m., the week before AP testing. I have so many homework assignments to do, as so many of my peers do, and yet I'm still here. And it still seems like none of you have realized the gravity of this impact, of the impact that this will have on the students. And I find it completely disheartening that as a district that preaches mental health, you are letting the impact this is clearly having on students slide. And Dr. Gonzalez, a Hi-Zi article about you states that one of the primary issues that is important to Dr. Gonzalez is prioritizing mental health at all levels of education. He wants to make sure students know that school is a place for them to learn and a place for them to feel safe. Yet, you are diminishing the programs that make us art students feel safe. And I am so disappointed. My family moved here specifically from France for the arts department. My brother is in 4th grade at Tamaulipas Elementary School and loves Mr. Norkus. He cried to me when he found out the news. He told me, why are they cutting the music teachers? Your decision made my 9-year-old brother cry and question the importance of arts and music and arts education, and I hope that many of you sit and think about that as you think about your decision tonight. And so many of you are parents. Please just think about your kids. So many of you are arts parents. Think about the impact that the arts has had on your child. And this district, as many of you stated, has spent less money on the kids than many other districts. And this is just adding to the issue. You're adding fuel to that flame, and I can't believe you guys are letting this happen. I'm so disappointed, but I thank you for your time, even though I think a lot of our time, this was a waste of ours. So, thanks.
Hi, Lauren Gabera, 86 Pennsylvania Avenue. She just echoed basically what I was going to say, but Just a couple quick things. So here, you had said that that you're so sorry that we're just finding out about this now, and so many parents I was sitting around, we all like turned and said to each other, like, then, you know, if you really feel that way, why didn't you tell us about this before? Why didn't you guys tell the parents about this before, so that, you know, we could all be invested in this with you and put our heads together and come up with ideas together? You know, it really should have been brought to us beforehand, so that we weren't at this point that we're at now, so that everyone could have put their heads together and helped come up with a plan. And I just wrote down here just to tell you guys the same thing that she just said. I talked with so many parents when this was over. I'm sure you guys saw, you had a room of crying children, you had a room of crying parents, you had crying teachers, and the fact that you guys wouldn't just pause, you wouldn't just take a break and think about it and come back, did not show a good message to, I mean, you know, obviously to adults, but really to the children. All you did was show them that, you know, when they stand up and try and voice their opinion and try and advocate and try and fight for what's right, that it's not going to make a difference. That it very much seemed like you guys just came here with your answer in your mind. You knew what you were going to vote, and it didn't matter. These past 5 hours didn't matter, and didn't matter what anybody said, because you didn't even take a moment just to think about it. You just did your vote. You didn't say, like, okay, we'll pause, we'll talk about it some more. I mean, I know you guys are frustrated and probably done with it and feel like you've exhausted all measures, but the really respectful thing to be would have been to just show respect for everyone that was here tonight and everyone was coming out, and just to, you know, say, okay, we'll think about it. Maybe you would have came back with the same decision, but at least it would have shown respect to everyone who was here talking, showing that you cared.
James Weinberg, 834 New England. She basically just took the words right out of my mouth. That's mainly the sentiments I wanted to share. The main point is I just wanted to restate, I know everyone else is gone, you guys already voted, but I just wanted to restate very clearly my just blatant disappointment with the way this was handled. I also heard from some of you that, you know, the numbers started to materialize of how dire the situation was, say in February. I heard March earlier, I heard February, and, you know, some numbers come in late, so you don't know exactly, but the fact that once you guys started knowing that the public's not going to just, you know, everyone has their day jobs just like you guys, and everyone's busy. So if everyone knew that it was that dire earlier, and you guys made it public, and there was advertising or there was outreach, as opposed to, hey, we're here, we're having these meetings, show up if you want to. Usually it's like, okay, we'll hear of it if it's going to be something bad. And I think that, at least I'm not aware of any of that happening. And so this was the first opportunity for everyone to say, oh my gosh, it's that dire, this is happening. And you saw the outreach, you saw the 7,000 signatures on the petition, and you saw the far more than people here emails in your inboxes. I mean, I don't have to state that, I'm sure your inboxes are aware of that. So the fact that there was just we hear you, and I'm sure the responses are incredibly genuine, that you did hear and you feel bad, but it was incredibly disrespectful to not do a very reasonable request of, like, we hear you, let's take a step back. This could have waited a week. Like, I'm not sure. I haven't heard an answer that's been like, there was a reason why this couldn't wait a week. I heard a May 15th deadline. But other than that, I don't know why there couldn't have been something after the first formal, very clear outcry. There couldn't have been some level of pause. It sends a horrible message to the kids and the adults of how you approach public input. And I get it. If everyone's here all the time, then we would have been on board with you, but not everyone's going to be here all the time if we don't think it's dire. Then it became very clear it's dire, and we're here. And the last thing I just want to say, so I think that reasonable request for a delay, the fact that it went on deaf ears is just very, very disheartening of how you guys handle it, which is just, I find that disheartening. It's not a criticism of all the work you've done, but it is a criticism of how you handle public input. And the last thing I'll say is, Mr. Norkus, I think there is, I believe, I hear some wiggle room that There can be some allocations. Numbers may have been finalized here, but maybe some people can be moved around. There were a few names, specifically I heard the number 24 FTEs. There are a few names that jumped out a lot. And if you have 3 people that you can save that are exceptional, maybe that input should be part of your next steps before this gets final implemented with people. Because if you can save a few exceptional teachers that the families and the schools specifically want, and you can do some massaging of some other numbers that's not as big as that's not $2 million, that's 3 teachers, I think you should listen to that input. I think that would also go a long way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norkus specifically. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Evan Leone. I live at 445 Birch Place, and I'm an actor and I do theater at the high school. And I was in Mamma Mia. And I think the problem here was ignorance and not knowing Miss Francis and Mr. DeFabio, and I think it was not. You don't see it. You don't physically see the growing up. I know a lot of you have kids. But I just don't know. I think that was the problem with, with when you, for me and for my friends, the reason why it's so, it breaks our hearts is because we see it every day. I'm going to go in tomorrow and see Miss Francis and see Mr. B, and we're going to have to walk around school knowing this. It breaks my heart. But I think that we're learning about MLK in history, and I think that loving your enemies is great, and I think that you guys have shown me the love that the community can bring, and I don't even care if it didn't convince you people. But for those of you who voted yes, I'm sorry. I don't know how you're going to sleep tonight, knowing I remember I hugged my friend, and then we all came and had a little group hug, and I looked at you in the eyes. I don't know how you can be content with this, and I'm sorry for you, but you've shown me that this community can bring loads of love. Thank you.
Seeing no one else come to the podium, public comment is now closed. Dr. Gonzalez, do you have any comments in response to comments?
Sure. I think the one thing I definitely do want to point out is the concerns about the opt-out requests that parents had made have been brought to my attention. Clearly underscores the need for us to be more proactive and deliberate in our planning for this, so that again, I appreciate the parents reaching out and expressing those concerns, and we do respect the parents' wishes, and we need to do better to ensure that those opt-outs are honored when they apply, and in this case we certainly should have. So we will definitely do better next time. So I appreciate the concerns that the parents have shared.
Brendan? Yeah, just to repeat something that I said earlier, but I know a lot of people were coming and going. We'll be hearing about the health curriculum at our May SIP meeting, and we will be discussing the curriculum that is still in development currently. We'll be discussing that at the June meetings. As we have said at previous meetings, when people had concerns about some of the material that was linked to it, a February presentation, there were 2 resources that were there. One was standards from New Jersey, and one was a document that was put together by a third-party organization that had developed lesson plans. It is a resource that is being considered. We do not anticipate certainly using it wholesale, but it is something that is being considered as the curriculum is developed. So I think a lot of people have leapt ahead because it is something that is concrete and available and shareable. But that is not curriculum, and those lesson plans are not what the state is expecting us to develop. So I just wanted to clarify that one more time, even though a lot of people have left.
Amy, just on that, we live in the language of this stuff, and it's understandable how people get confused seeing sample lesson plans, even though that wasn't our intent at all. So we understand, and when we do finally present a curriculum, it will be much more concrete as to what the expectations will be. And as I've stated every other time this has come up, when it does come up, the opt-out policy will be reintroduced at the same time to make it crystal clear that the two are, well, linked.
So, although our students aren't here, we still have a representative from the Westfield Arts Council. So I just wanted to repeat that although the students believe that they didn't impact us, they did impact us significantly, at least me. I think they confirmed what we already knew, but confirmed it even kind of more, that this is a district that has an excellent art program, and one that attracts families for it, and one that the kids are obviously benefiting at a very personal level, psychologically, emotionally, intellectually. And so I just want to make sure that, especially since this is recorded, if anybody wants to watch afterwards, that we get the message, and it will be taken, that information, although we couldn't act on it today, we can act on it next year, right? Or the year after, hopefully next year. And so it's not that we disregarded it. It's not that we ignored it. A lot of it has to do with, we have a $2.3 million budget deficit that we have to plug within a week or 2 weeks or whatever the limit is, and that's today. Or today.
We have to adopt a budget.
Right, or we have to adopt a budget today. Yeah, or within a few weeks. But the point is that it did motivate me, and I can't speak for others on the board, but it just gave me more determination that we have got to raise more money for this district. This district is underfunded. It is a wealthy town with a poor school district, and the kids deserve better. The students deserve better. So it's in our hands to do that. And so I look forward to the conversations we're going to have in the future about how to get out from under this 2% tax levy that is just starving our children of the resources that they need.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. With that, motion to adjourn. Thank you, Amy. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.